Good morning and welcome to Blair Castle for the 2018 Glenfiddich Piping Championship. We'll be getting underway in the hall in about 3 or 4 minutes, and just to set the scene, we're going to have a couple of words with Roddy McLeod, Director of the National Piping Centre and a competitor at today's competition. Are you all set for the day, Roddy?
Well, I've tried my best to prepare as best I can, so fingers crossed there'll be no disasters.
Good morning,
don't want to tempt fate.
And once again, the whole event has been streamed worldwide.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. This past few years that's happened, and we've noticed that it's attracting an audience to the castle, which is great, because we weren't sure in year one whether people might want to sit at home, but the opposite seems to be happening. I think they're seeing what a fantastic event is and making the journey here.
And you've got the option this year for people not just to watch the event today, but to kind of dip back in for a while and catch up on bits they've missed out on. And as well as that, I think they've got the opportunity to help younger pipers as well. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, well, the videos stay up there on Vimeo, and I think they can be found through the Piping Centre website after the event, in fact all year long. This will be the 4th year now where the live stream's also gone to help good piping causes, and so it's, you know, I think it's piping helping piping. You know, the top event, Glenfiddich, is able to do something for grassroots events, and so this year's recipient of a donation was the Festival of Juvenile Piping in Ayrshire, but this particular event this year is going towards helping Nile Sky Piping Society.
And is that an organisation that helps youngsters to get into piping?
Yes, well, I think they do lots. I mean, they have competitions, and I'm sure they do teaching and recitals and things like that. So that, we just felt that it'd be nice to sort of try and direct some donations in their way. This year, in the past, it's gone towards the Donald MacLeod Piping Competition in Stornoway, the Kintyre Piping Society, the Ayrshire Society, which I mentioned, and this year Isle of Skye. So hopefully something each year we can do to help, you know, promote a little bit of donation towards these organisations.
Yeah. And you said that a minute ago you think that the live stream is actually encouraging a more international audience to come to the event here at the castle?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I know, because I've met people just in this area here coming in each year, and you know, they've been from Italy and Germany and America, Canada, where they've really thought they definitely want to do this at least once. It's on their bucket list, but once here they get the bug and usually come back again, so that's great to see.
And you've been a regular competitor up here for a number of decades now. Does it still have the same level of motivation for you when you get the pipes out to play here?
Yes, definitely. It's like every time you're fortunate enough to be invited to play, it's a huge motivational thing. It's just the best thing, you know, in piping for me, and it gets me fired up to practice and get the pipes going as well as I possibly can, because you know that the standard is going to be terrific, and so you don't need any more motivation to keep your standard up and play. So it's fantastic. Right.
Well, listen, Roddy, thanks very much for talking to us. Have a great day today. I think I can hear Ewan Anderson's dulcet tones from the hall now, so I think we can make our way into the hall at Blair Castle and just watch as the events of the 2018 Glenfiddich Championship unfold. Enjoy your day.
She's become a member of the Solo Judges Piping Association, and she's just back from New Zealand, judging the Canterbury Silver Chanter competition, which this year, for the first time ever, all the judges were ladies. So that was groundbreaking indeed. Patricia, you're most welcome. To the left is Dr. Angus MacDonald. Angus is one of 3 brothers from Glenfiddich, and studied under John Mackenzie at Queen Victoria's School. He studied to be a doctor, and in 1984, Angus moved to Cape Breton in Nova Scotia, where he practiced for a while. He's got an outstanding competitive record, has won most of the major awards, and indeed has 2 clasps, which he won in 1996 and 2002. Angus is based in Skye with his wife Emily, who I don't know if she's here yet, but she will be here. And Angus and I did the Lorient adventure this year, which was a 10-day music marathon. So, and John knows what I'm talking about because he's a regular over there with Bob Worrell. So Angus and I had a 10-day sojourn over there, which was fantastic fun. As a wee anecdote, when I was researching this, I watched Angus's interview in Piper's Persuasion, where Alan asked him if he was thinking about judging. And as quick as a flash, he says, "Oh, no. He says, I'm not thinking about judging yet. He says, I'm not deaf yet." Welcome to the bench, Angus. And really, what can you say about the man in the middle, John Wilson, who's perhaps one of the best-known figures in the piping world, and his pedigree is second to none, both in solo piping and in pipe bands with the Glasgow Polis. John, I think it was 11 titles, 11 World Championships, which is quite a phenomenal record. John, since retiral, has forged himself a reputation with judging both bands and solo. If he's not that side of the bench, he's normally up here, so I'll probably get a crit sheet from him at the end of business today. John is from Campbelltown and in his formative years got tuition from his father, but it's fair to say that John's major influence in his life was the late Pipe Major Donald MacLeod. John's solo pedigree is outstanding, and of course he's quite famous as a young man for winning the gold medal at his first attempt. John, welcome to Glenfiddich. I also meant to say Connie is with John, but I'm not sure if she's with us yet either. The girls like to have a late start, a casual start to the morning. So let's get the show under the road. Our first competitor is a newbie. Our first-time player is young Alex Gandy, who qualified for this year's Glenfiddich by winning the Silver Star at Inverness. Most of you will know Alex and his father Bruce are making a little bit of history as father and son. So that's another first for the Glenfiddich Championship, and it's added a little bit of an ingredient. However, I've been in communication with Alex and his dad Bruce quite a bit over the past couple of weeks, and they're both very keen to suppress the competition side of things. They're best friends. They've competed against each other many times before, and they're very supportive of each other. And I just want to read you something. I'm paraphrasing. This is not a direct quote. But Alex says, "My dad has been a great support to me, telling about his experiences at the Glenfiddich over the years. He told me that while it's a competition, first and foremost, you are playing at the Glenfiddich Championship itself, and it's important to put on a really good show alongside the other fantastic players. He's tried to tell me about the rooms, the players, and the incredible support you get and what it feels like on the stage. He's been a fantastic help, and I can't wait to experience it for myself." So there's a flavour from Alex. He's got a fair amount of support here today, with the Gandy clan front and centre. Welcome, June, Beverly, Chantel. Alex has been piping since he was 10 years old, and he was very fortunate, to grow up in a piping family, because not only Beverly and Bruce, he had his grandfathers, Ronnie Rollo and Ray, so he was immersed in piping from a very young age. Bruce has been primarily taught by his dad, Bruce, so Alex has, sorry, but he's recently received Peebrich tuition from Colin McClellan, who's actually his godfather. In 2006, Alex moved to Glasgow for lessons with Roddy McLeod and joined the Field Marshal Pipe Band, where he won a World Championship in 2007. And clearly, Richard was a good influence on Alex, because he suddenly returned home to lead his own band, the 78th Highlanders, Halifax Citadel. I think he became the pipe major there in 2012. So in his personal life, Alex works with the Royal Bank of Canada. He's a financial advisor and is engaged to Chantel, who's with us. It's great to see you here, Chantel. So to the tune that's been picked. Ronald MacDonald of Mora's Lament. Mora's a lovely place in Scotland between Fort William and Mallaig, and it's famous for its big beach up here, the White Sands of Mora, which prominently is featured in the film Local Hero. Ronald MacDonald was a first-class piper who played the violin and harp, and is credited with composing the Vaunting and the Fingerlock. In a manuscript written about 1700, he's described as the best player on the pipe now living, so he was clearly a significant figure. This is a very melodic and hypnotizing piece. The high G is going to be important, and I first heard this tune a long time ago when the late John Burgess and Angus MacDonald were doing a tour of the Highlands. And this was John's tune, and he used the phrasing and the high G cadences that you'll see to full effect, and it's a beautiful tune. So get the mints ready. We're in for a long day today. The general running will be, I would suspect, maybe 7 or 8 peebrus before lunch, and then we'll have a break. You'll have the last 2 peebrus, then we'll have another short break, and then we'll be into the March Spain Rail. The hall is almost full, and I will try and keep you updated with who's on live stream. Here's the boy coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for his first time, please give a warm welcome to Alex Gandy. been told to move, so here I am. What a great start to the day. That's a fantastic tune. And folks, you must be extremely proud of Alex. Great job. I just would like to welcome, before our next competitor, who's Stuart Easton, our live stream audience. I'll talk about the live stream as we go on through the day. If you are watching on live stream, please hit the button and donate. And all funds are going to the Isle of Skye Piping Society. As I say, I'll be reminded about that during the day. And if you are watching on live stream and do not donate, I'm going to get the commander and myself and we'll come and find you. So hit the button. Our next competitor is another first-time player here, Stuart Easton, who qualified by winning the gold medal at the Argyllshire Gathering, playing the Brothers' Lament. I think this made Stuart the 7th Kiwi to win the gold medal, so a fantastic achievement from the New Zealanders. And of course, that was a follow-up to the silver medal that he won in Inverness the previous year. Stuart hails from Leven, which is in the North Island, just north of Wellington. He's been piping since the age of 13, initially being taught by his father, Murray, who is with us today. Great to see you here, Murray. And later by Greg Wilson and Stuart Mackenzie, who's the current Pipe Major of Manawatu. And I'm sure, despite the hour, that the guys in Manawatu, Stuart and Evan Williams, affectionately known as the Gazelle, are having a big Glenfiddich party over there. Stuart is a prolific prize winner. He's a current New Zealand solo piping champion, a title which is held 4 times. This year he won the New Zealand clasp to the gold medal, and he also won the R.U. Brown gold medal in Australia. He's been New Zealand's representative at Lorient for 9 years, so I'm assuming that was just a stop-off on his way to Glasgow to play with the band. He's a pipe sergeant of the 7 times New Zealand champion Manawatu Scottish Pipe Band, and he's been a member of that band all his life since he was a teenager. The band are very successful, regularly come across to Scotland and have qualified for the Grade 1 finals many times. And I think they've achieved 4 top 10 finishes. Family life is busy for Stuart. He's got 2 young children, Kate 6 and Rory 3, who I'm told are potential All Black. Stuart's a very keen rugby man, so he'll be pleased with this morning's result. It was a 37 points to 20 win for the All Blacks over the Australians, so Stuart at least will be happy when he comes on here. Stuart's tune today is one of the great big pieces, The Unjust Incarceration. It's a big, bold tune that the competitor can afford to be really bold with. And similar, it's different in style from the last tune, but you're praying that your high G's on in this tune as well. The tune may refer to the imprisonment of Neil Mackay, son of Mackay of Strathnaver, on the Bass Rock in 1427 until his escape in 1436. For those of you that don't know, the Bass Rock is down in the east of Scotland. A big white rock that you can see clearly from the majority of the golf courses down there. Ian Dal Mackay, the blind piper, wrote this tune about 200 years after the event, and the music describes the sadness, hope, and the anger of imprisonment. So you should get that pain and angst in the tune. A wee anecdote about the unjust incarceration when I was researching. The 1923 clasp at Inverness, Willie Ross and Robert Reid tied for first place. So they didn't share the prize money. They had a playoff. And it was this tune that won the day. Willie Ross played it. So it was a hard school back in the day of piping. So just bear with us, and hopefully Stuart will be with us soon. Thank you. Hello. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big Scottish welcome for the Kiwi, Stuart Easton. Good luck, Stuart. What a great tune. Murray, you must be very proud. Great tune. So our next competitor is Dr. Peter McAllister, and I know what you're thinking. I had nothing to do with the draw that we've put the three new guys on first. It's not been fixed or rigged in any way. It's great to see such a healthy audience here. It's still filling up. Just goes to show you, you never really know who is in the audience. Tina and I had dinner with Steve and Caroline last night, who are over here from Canberra. No piping background whatsoever, just a love of the instrument, and decided to come on holiday and come to this great championship. So it just goes to show you what a diverse audience that we have here and on live stream. You're very welcome, folks. Welcome to Scotland. So the good doctor qualified for this year's Glenfiddich by winning the gold medal at Inverness with the bold War or Peace. Peter blames his father, really, for his interest in bagpipes, as he was a poor sleeper, and to get him to sleep, his dad played him pipe music of the Argyll and Southern Highlanders, so it sunk in at an early age. Peter also studied A-level music at school, and actually his first instrument is the piano. And of course, the clue is in the title, Doctor. He's qualified in medicine and is currently still practicing. So obviously, with being busy at university and with studies, piping took a back seat. But in 1994, bizarrely, Peter took up the Northumbrian small pipes and then started back on the Highland bagpipes and started to go to Tom Spears. And this is Peter's words: after 25 years, I can still drink Tom's awfully strong coffee. So Peter has gone to Roddy McLeod more recently and Finlay Johnston for light music tuition. And he competed, his route to professional piping was in the amateur clasp. And once Peter had come through these ranks, he joined the CPA and won the silver medal at Oban in 2012. When Malcolm McRae presented Peter with his gold medal at Inverness, he called Peter a student of Pembroke, and he wasn't wrong. Peter's a member of the Eagle Piper Society, and he comes down to present tunes to us on occasion, and we affectionately refer to him as the Pembroke geek. Peter's tune today, as he is on his way, is the Lament for Patrick Og McCrimmon. It's an early 1700s tune composed by John Dal Mackay of Rathsay. And the story of the tune is fairly well documented. It was composed for the death, only to find out that the person hadn't died and was still alive. So, Peter, you're ready. You come in. We're waiting for you. To play the Lament for Patrick Og McCrimmon, please welcome Peter McAllister. Well done, Peter. The fair and tie, that's me, has made the schoolboy error of not bringing any mints with him. So anybody that's got mints in the audience that would like to kindly donate one, I'll be greatly received. So mints to the front, please. The next competitor, sorry, Ian. That's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Gratefully received. Yes, there's people still coming in. Ian has kindly pointed out that we're filling up quickly. So if you're coming in at the back, please come down to the front. There's actually the front row here is vacant. I've basically got a front row to myself. So please come down and keep me company. Moving on swiftly, we've got Stuart Liddell up next. Stuart qualified for this year's Glenfiddich by winning his fourth Open Pibroch at Oban. And all linked with Inverary, Stuart was actually born in Oban and started playing pipes at the age of 9. And he was originally taught by Pipe Major Ronald McCallum, MBE, and then later Arthur Gillis. He also had tuition from Jin Henderson of Dunoon and Hugh McCallum. After a brief spell, Stuart's family moved to Moffat. In 1982, he moved back to Inverary, and that's when Stuart's story really began. He's a prolific prize winner and in great demand for recitals. I've been at many recitals that Stuart has given where he's just stopped and taken requests from the audience, jiggled the tunes round in his head and just played the tunes off the cuff. He's an absolute prodigious talent. Amongst Stuart's achievements, he's obviously won both gold medals, but he's got 3 clasps in Inverness, the senior Pibroch at Oban 4 times, a silver chanter Bratach Gorm, and he has, of course, won this championship on 2 occasions. This year, he won the Masters competition with a 3rd in the Pibroch, and he won the March of Spain Reel. On the other side of the coin, Stuart has got an excellent pipe band pedigree. He played with the Scottish Power Pipe Band under Pipe Major Harry McNulty for several years before flying out to join the Simon Fraser Pipe Band. He was there for 11 years, just as Stuart says, learning his trade. And as you all know the story, it stood in McGoo's head because he was a founding member and is the current pipe major of Inverary and District Pipe Band, who won the Worlds last year and were a close second to an excellent Field Marshal Montgomery performance this year. Yeah, he's not ready yet. Just a quick mention then that Stuart's at the front end of the Inverary story, but Stephen McWhirter is at the back end. I don't know if Stephen's here or will be watching on live stream, but Stephen won his 8th World in a row, consecutive World Drumming Championship. I think it's 9 in total. So if you're here, Stephen, or watching at home, very many congratulations on that achievement. Stuart is a piano tuner to trade, and the tune that's been chosen for him by the judges this morning is In Praise of Morag. There are, when I'm giving you the stories of the people, if they are in fact that, stories. So this tune is linked maybe with Prince Charles Edward Stuart in disguise, composed allegedly by a Jacobite piper, bard Alexander MacDonald. And interestingly, in this tune, when you hear the first variation, there are 2 options of playing the first variation. You can play it nice and even, or you can point it. So it'll be very interesting to see what style Stuart gives us this morning. He's ready and waiting. Without further ado, please welcome Stuart Liddell. Well, that base drone incident at the start would have floored a lesser mortal. Not only did he recover from that, but went on to give us an absolutely stunning performance on a great pipe. So well done, Stuart, for that recovery. The judges are getting their tea. Our next competitor is Finlay Johnston. Finlay began learning the pipes at the age of 8 from his grandfather, Alistair Sinclair, during a summer that he spent in Tiree. He latterly started going to Ronnie McShannon and still goes there currently, and I know that Ronnie and his wife Fiona are somewhere in the audience, so we'll have a vested interest in this performance. Finlay's mother, Anne Johnston, was a very successful solo player and was the first woman to win the silver medal. And Anne has recently, very pleasingly, become a member of the Solo Piping Judges Association. And back in 2015, Finlay and Anne did a very nice programme together on pipeline. Finlay's father, Tommy Johnston, is also here, and he'll claim to be a musician, but of course he is a drummer. And he's a partner in with Ronnie McShannon in the manufacture of the Easy Drone reeds. Tommy's a great wit and raconteur, but be warned, it will never be just the one drink. I spoke to him this morning after breakfast, and he's promised to teach me the Boston two-step at the Ceilidh tonight, so I can't wait. Finlay's been knocking at the door all season, third in the Open Pibroch at the Argyllshire Gathering, second in the March Suspay and Reel and Hornpipe and Jig at the Springbank, and third this year's clasp at the Northern Meetings. He's won both gold medals, and the clasp in 2006 at his first attempt playing the Lament for Hugh. He's obviously won many other prizes. Finlay's also played in several pipe bands of his career, and more recently with Inveraray District under our last competitor, Stuart Liddell was his pipe major. Finlay's tune that's been selected this morning is a love story, believe it or not. My Dearest on Earth, Give Me Your Kiss. It was entered as a competition tune back in the 1800s under different titles. The Lovely Lady's Request and Dear Lady, Give Me Your Kiss. However, the current title was provided by the only source that we have of this tune, which is the manuscript of Colin Cameron. It's a relatively modern pibroch in pibroch terms and has echoes of the Young Laird of Dingallion and the Lament of MacLeod of Colbeck, and these two tunes were composed by John Mackay Rassie. So it's interesting, it's a big bold tune, the GDE better be working. So have a listen, ladies, and see post My Dearest on Earth, Give Me Your Kiss if you feel romantically inclined. Please welcome Finlay Johnston. What a great performance. I think it looks to me, despite the live stream, that we're at capacity here, so fantastic to see a full audience for this morning's Peterborough competition, and what a great standard it's been so far. It's never ceases to amaze me what these guys can produce. Fantastic stuff. So our next player, Ian, how are we getting on with seats? Are we? Not many left. Standing room only. There's a seat at the piano. Next competitor is our defending champion, Jack Lee, who I think is the only North American piper to ever win the Glenfiddich, and he previously won it in 2003. Jack could perhaps be seen as being in the twilight of his competitive career, but he seems to be going from strength to strength. And he picked up the Peterborough first prize at the Masters competition in August. And I heard him play at the Captain John McClellan Memorial Dinner, where he produced an outstanding tune. Jack was recognised at this year's Northern Meetings for 40 years continual competition, competing in support for that competition, having competed there in 1978. So 40 years on the trot, Jack turned up at the Northern Meetings, and he was quite rightly awarded by Alan Forbes this year. Jack first appeared here in 1981. He's amassed a fantastic list of prizes, obviously both gold medals, 2 clasps, the first being in 1994. As I said to you, he's been the Glenfiddich champion here twice. He's won the Peterborough here 5 times. The Senior Peterborough Open twice, and he has the Bratick Gorm London 3 times. I'll tell you more about his light music achievements this afternoon. I think it was Bob Worrell in 2015 announced that Jack had successfully recorded all 15 of the Peterborough Society books. Well, I can now update you, he's finished book 16. So that's something like 280 Peterboroughs and some 3,500 tunes that you can find in the Lee and Bagpipe website. An absolute machine. Jack's coming, you can hear him. He's going to play The Daughter's Lament, comes from Angus Mackay. It's got a very tricky start. It's got a very tricky start, straight into the high G, high degree of technical difficulty. I can't think of a better man to rise to the challenge. Please welcome Jack Lee. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the Atholl Highlanders, who are doing a marvellous job of herding the cats and getting the pipers out the tuning rooms and on here on time. There'll be two more competitors, so Angus and the following competitor. Welcome, Kai. How are you? Are you well? So two more, and then we're going to have a break for lunch. The next competitor, as I said to you, is Angus McCall from Benderloch, which is just outside Oban. Angus qualified for this year's Glenfiddich by winning the former winner's March Display at Oban for the 4th time. Angus was originally taught by his father, Dougie McCall, and he later had Pibroch lessons from Ronald Laurie and Ronald Morrison. And Angus is a descendant of the great John McCall. Not today, Angus, but he won the Young Piper of the Year here in 1984. So there you go, he's been about quite a while. He's got both gold medals, the one at Inverness in 1992 and Oban in 1996, the clasp in Senior Pibroch 4 times. He's got fantastic light music record that I'll come to later on this afternoon. And he has been the Glenfiddich champion here on 4 occasions, the first being in 1995. Angus won the overall Piper at the Northern Meetings this year with a 4th in the Silver Star and a 2nd in a clasp, so he's in sparkling form. And he also won the John McClellan Pibroch not just a couple of weeks ago, and in true McCall style, he was late. I was speaking to John last night, and he says Angus thinks Benderloch is 45 minutes from everywhere. But he literally rocked up late, was about to be disqualified, threw the pipes together, and went on and won the Pibroch. No mean feat. The tune Angus has been selected to play today, quite a popular tune, The Bells of Perth. A lot of strong bottom handwork, and this is supposedly to give you the effect of chiming bells, reputedly to imitate the bells of St. John's Baptist Church in Perth, and they date back to 1403. So you'll hear in the tune lots of cadences, but the darido, the bubbly note, is severely tested throughout this tune. It'll be interesting to see if you pick up the bell, swinging of the bells, the bell sound. It goes back a long way, and I read, the research said that Angus Mackay in 1825 entered this tune in the Highland Society's competition when he was a boy, aged 13. So it has been about a long time, and as a result, there's a fair bit of controversy over a variety of settings, and a lot of these settings don't really have authority, and opinion is split. There's a very good recording of the Bells of Perth on the Pibroch Society website, where you will hear Robert Reid playing the tune, and he plays a Turlua and a Crunlua Amach. So I'm not sure if you're all familiar with the Pibroch Society website, but it's got a vast library of tunes. I think most of the tunes you'll find a recording or two. So here I am, McCall is late once again. He actually is here. I saw him last night, so he's not on his way from Benderloch. We'll see where he is. Logan, where's McCall? Did you hear that? John said he's looking after the yows. The Logan I was shouting at there is Logan Tannock, and it's great to see Logan's mum and dad here. We go back a long way to the under-18s, where we all used to use you parents as our taxi to get us round all the games. Great to see you here, folks. Derek, do you want to come in and hum a few bars of the Bells of Perth? Alternatively, you could go along there and drag McCall out the tuning room. You'll be here in a second, folks. The boy from Benderloch is on his way. Ladies and gentlemen, to play the Bells of Perth, please welcome Angus McCall. Thanks, Angus. It was worth the wait. So, last competitor before lunch. I'll get a time for you to find out whether we're having 45 minutes or an hour for lunch. So I'll let you know about that. So our last competitor before lunch is Callum Beaumont. Callum was born in Bo'ness in central Scotland, and he currently resides in Dollar in Clackmannanshire with his fiancée Marita. Callum teaches at Dollar Academy, and he and Matt Wilson do an absolutely marvellous job with the school band. This year they won all 5 major titles and were crowned Champion of Champions. Despite his relative youth, Callum has got a marvellous prize record. He's won both gold medals. He's got 3 clasps at Inverness. He's won the Bratick Gorm 2016 and the Silver Chanter in 2013. He has won the Devegan Medal in clasp, and he won this year's Springbank Invitational at Campbelltown, where he was the overall winner. And he's also won the Donald McDonald Quake. I think he won that last year. I was privileged to be in the audience this year when Callum won his 3rd clasp, and he played an absolutely magnificent farewell to the Queen's Ferry. It was quite stunning. Now, interestingly, Callum didn't list that in his 6 tunes that he submitted here. So the class was only a matter of weeks ago, so it's quite such as the strength of Callum's repertoire that he can afford to leave out his class-winning tune. I should maybe mention, for those of you who don't know, it's 6 in each category, of which the judges choose 1. So he's on his way. The tune selected for him is Craigellachie, or the Grant's Gathering tune. Stand fast, Craigellachie. You can tell by the title, it's a big, bold tune. It starts picking up in the 2nd variation, Turlua, Cranlua, and should end with a rousing Cranlua Mach. Please welcome Callum Beaumont. Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to bring us to our lunch break. I haven't heard from Liz or anybody at the back, so half past, right, there you are, as if by magic. Can I ask you to be back in your seats by 2:30, and it'll be a sharp start.
Four, one.
As Ewan's just said, we're taking a break for lunch up here now at Blair Castle. We'll be back at 2:30 or so with Peebles from Bruce Gandy and from Roddy McLeod before the whole of the March Display and Real Competition live. We'll leave you in the company of some of the interviews with the guests and competitors that we've spoken to over the last couple of days. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you in an hour or so. One of the great things that's happened with this competition over the last few years is that the live stream has meant that people from all over the world who are unable to get to Perthshire for the competition itself have been able to watch the whole thing live as it happens from Blair Castle. And there was a concern at one time that would mean that fewer people would actually come to the castle because they would just sit at home and watch it, but actually the reverse has happened, and it's been great this year in Pitlochry at the Athol Palace Hotel to just listen to all the accents from people from all over the world who have come to the castle this year and who are here this morning to watch the competition. We managed to catch up last night with some people from Brazil, from California and from Ontario in Canada who have come over here to watch the competition today. Let's see what they had to say about it. Cristiano, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. Now, you're a fascinating story because you've come all the way from Brazil to watch this competition tomorrow.
That's right. I am a pipe major of the Brazil Caledonia pipe band. We started as the Scottish Link in the late 90s, and then we changed name to Brazil Caledonia.
Why bagpipes in Brazil? What's the connection?
Well, I had a mentor, a Scottish mentor. He was the piper of the British Caledonian Airways pipe band, and he brought me here to Scotland, and he indicated to me, where to start learning the pipes. I met him in São Paulo because British Caledonian Airways used to send pipers to São Paulo to promote their flights. So I was very lucky to meet him. That was in 1982.
Yeah.
I actually met him in 1984, I think, and it's been great to have finally found this musical environment. It's been part of my life for many years now.
So you met him in the early 80s. When did you start learning to play?
Yes, I actually met him because I wanted to play. I found a recording on Scottish pipes in São Paulo, and I'm not I don't have a Scottish background,
Right.
but I found this recording in São Paulo, and I wanted to learn the pipes. And my dad and mom were very supportive. I'm very lucky.
And what was it? What, when you listened to the recording of the pipes, what was it that made a Brazilian think, I need to go and learn this instrument?
Well, these are the things you can never explain. You know, it's a kind of magical thing that happens. You know, you just fall in love for the instrument.
Right. And you're still in love with it.
Oh, absolutely.
And have you managed to kind of coordinate and reconcile a professional life with playing the pipes?
Yes, I'm a lawyer actually.
Ah, okay, right.
It's kind of difficult, but because it really grabs you, and it is an instrument that requires a lot of devotion.
Right. And do you play? Are you involved in solo piping as well as the pipe bands, or do you concentrate on one rather than the other?
Well, I concentrate on the pipe band, but actually I have had to play solos too. And right now we're going to have a solo competition in South America. I'm going to take part of that competition as well. So I'm trying to motivate pipers locally to engage in this competition.
Is this a new thing for South America, having
yes,
a solo competition?
The first South American solo competition that we had was last year in Chile, and now again in November we're going to have a solo competition in Chile, in the same place. So we're all excited about it. It's a growing community, you know. It's a growing thing, piping in South America as a whole, and in Brazil in particular.
So many bands have you got in Brazil then?
Right now we've got a number of civilian and military bands playing the pipes. The military bands are not exactly pipe bands. They mix the pipes with brass instruments. But the civilian bands, 3 of them in São Paulo, are actual pipe bands. And there's one in Rio doing a great work with impoverished communities in Rio. And it's a great thing to have them. It's called Brazilian Piper.
Are you involved with them as well?
Yes, we have good connections with them, and we give them all the support that we can, because it's such a great initiative.
Mm. And where does the money come for all these players in, and all the equipment and the instruments and the teaching? How do you fund it all?
You mean the Rio band or the other bands?
For all the bands. I mean, if you talk about taking pipes and you know, trying to teach kids in impoverished areas, where does the funding come from to do that?
Well, the Rio band, the kids that have been learning, it's an incredible story, really. They do all sorts of gigs. You know, they play all sorts of gigs to raise money for themselves. Our band, I've been funding the band with my own resources, but we have also been able to raise some funds with, you know, presentations. And the other bands, one of the bands is supported by the Centenarian Society of São Paulo. So there are a few institutions that, you know, help in the funding of the bands. But funding is a huge problem in Brazil, mainly because we don't have bagpipes in Brazil. They're not available in the market in Brazil. We have to import them all from the UK. Yeah. So all the instruments have to be imported in any way.
You say you fund with your own resources, so basically you use your own money to help the band.
Yes, I started this many years ago, and it's been I've invested quite an amount of money.
Just because you love it?
Yes, just because I love it, and I wanted to see it growing in Brazil. It's a growing thing, actually, and very, very pleased to say that there have been many more and more pipers, people getting interested in the pipes and drums, and because actually of the recent South American gatherings that we have had. The South American gatherings started in 2004, gathering bands from Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, and it's been going on once every 2 years.
Right.
And it's been great to keep us together and, you know, it's been really a great experience.
And you have pipers from all over the world coming to not just to the gatherings, but coming over to help to teach to the piping schools and the drumming schools that you have.
Yes, the gatherings have been restricted to South American bands up to now, but we're already discussing, accepting bands from other places in the world, North America, UK, whoever wants to visit South America and take part in our gatherings is welcome.
And presumably, as you get more, you have more gatherings and competitions, interest grows from that, and the whole thing grows organically.
Yes, that's right. That's what we are hoping for.
Fantastic. And what are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Well, I'm a great fan of Roddy, and so I think tomorrow is going to be a great experience. It's my first time at the Glenfiddich Championships, and I think it's really the event for solos, and many people in Brazil will be following this online.
Really?
Yeah, and so it's just to give you an idea, how much interest this generates all over the world. So for me, it's a fantastic experience. I had to be here at least once, and I'm very glad that a friend of mine invited me to come over, Ken Eller, and it's great to be here.
Not many people admit to Ken Eller being a friend. That's quite brave. But you talked there about the kind of global reach that piping has. Why do you think that is now? Why has piping become so much more popular right throughout the world?
Well, you have to give credit to Scotland for this, because this instrument is so fascinating. It makes people think of Scotland because of the bagpipes. It's all the package. Kilts, bagpipes, whiskey, but the bagpipes, when you actually have the opportunity of hearing a piper playing, it's a huge impact. I mean, you're impacted with the sound, with the sight of the piper. So this generates a lot of interest. And this really grabs you if you have an ear for music. you becomes interested.
Yeah. But there are no other bagpipes that are indigenous to Brazil.
Well, the Portuguese have their own version of the bagpipes, but we think that the first bagpipers in Brazil were Portuguese because of that. But actually, the Portuguese bagpipes were not played in Brazil. There's an interesting theory from a Galician piper, Carlos Nunes. He said that maybe in Brazil the place that was to be occupied by the pipers was actually filled by accordion players, because the two instruments somehow relate to each other, and so there is. We could say, the accordion players are doing what the pipers should do in the Brazilian musical scene, in the northeast of the country.
Right, because Carlos spent a bit of time in Brazil.
That's right. That's right.
He recorded an album.
Yes,
in Brazil.
And he investigated the musical environment in Brazil, and that was a very, very that was very smart thinking of him, to relate the two things to each other. And I do think he's right about his remarks about Brazil, and I think we're very fortunate to have this so to say this link to piping, this lost link to piping in Brazil, and this allowed me to years ago to make arrangements of a very famous Brazilian tunes, make arrangements of these tunes for the pipes. For
the Scottish pipes?
Yes, and right now we have a very nice Brazilian set being played by our band, and it matches perfectly the scale of the bagpipe.
Right. And how does that go down if you play, rather than turning up and playing the Green Hills and the Battles O'er or Scotland the Brave and Healing Laddie, you actually play Brazilian tunes?
Well, Brazilians actually they find it very attractive to see a piper playing the Green Hills of Tyrol, Scotland the Brave, etc. But when we play Brazilian music, well, we drive them mad, you know. So it's a kind of a showstopper
Sure.
For our band, and it really makes all the difference. And it's very exciting for us because we can play something from our own musical Eden.
Yeah. Is that important to you?
Yes, very important. I think in many ways the world is musically connected. You just need to find how to connect this point to that point, and but it's always there. It's just a matter of finding it.
It sounds as if you've spent your non-working life looking for it, and that you have found it.
Definitely, most definitely.
Fantastic. Listen, thank you. That's been really fascinating. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Really
Thank you very much.
Enjoy yourself
My pleasure.
tomorrow.
My
Enjoy
pleasure.
yourself.
Thank you.
Steve, this is your first time at Pitlochry or Blair Castle for the Glenfiddich Championship. Tell me, what is it that attracts you about this event?
Well, I think it's probably the top solo piping event that there is, and I'm super excited to see it.
Really?
Yes.
Have you watched it online before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Once. And I really enjoyed it, and it made me want to see it in person.
And what are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Well, I'm taking lessons from Jack Lee, so secretly I'm rooting for Jack. So
All right,
I'm looking forward to his performance.
There's quite a big overseas presence here tomorrow. Do you think that the piping scene has become more global over the last few years?
I can really only speak for my area in the Western United States, and I definitely think that there's more interaction with Scotland than there used to be. There's a lot of piping schools in our area, and so we're bringing more top-level people over from Scotland, and I think it's having a big impact.
Why does somebody from California want to learn to play the bagpipes in the first place?
So when I was 16, I saw a bagpiper playing, and the music just grabbed me, and that was it. And then once I got into the bagpiping scene, I researched my genealogy a little bit, and I have Scottish heritage, so I think I have a genetic predisposition to like the pipes, but I didn't know it at the time.
And where did you source lessons? How did you go about finding somebody to teach you?
So in my area, which is about an hour north of Los Angeles, we only have lower level bands, and so I played with a lower level band until I was in my 20s, and then I went to a school up in Canada with Jim McGillivray, and that's kind of what opened my eyes to the broader piping scene and to people at the higher levels, and so that motivated me to take private lessons.
And how often do you play now?
I've taken a break from piping because I'm having some trouble with my hands and arms, but I'm hoping to get back to it in about 6 months.
But you obviously still enjoy watching the music and
yes,
listening to the music.
Yes, I do. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, yes.
And you're saying you're rooting for Jack tomorrow. Who are your favourite players in these type of events?
I enjoy listening to everybody, and I don't think I'm at the level yet where I can, distinguish the finer points, but I enjoy listening to all of them.
And will you sit and listen to the whole event tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One day. Yep, you can do it for one day.
Yeah. And have you got a bit of time to travel around Scotland when you're here this week?
Not too much. I'm pretty much just here for the Glenfiddich.
Right. That's a long way to come for one day.
It's been a lifelong goal, and because Jack's competing this year, I thought, you know what, this is the year to do it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
So you'll come back, do you think?
We'll see. I hope so.
Steve, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. I hope you really enjoy your day tomorrow, and I hope you do come back and see us again.
Thank you, Fergus.
Cheers, thank you. Chris, thanks very much for taking a couple of minutes to talk to us. I know that you were holding court in the bar there and with Ken Eller and Bob Warle and people like that, but is this your first time in Pitlochry for the Glenfiddich Championship?
This is my second time. We were here 3 years ago, and where else do you hear this caliber of music?
And you enjoyed it so much that you just had to come back?
So much, had to come back, had to be a part of it all again.
Pretty global world we've got now with piping. You've talked about friends from Switzerland, from all over the world, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Why has the piping scene exploded in recent years so much, do you think?
I think part of being exposed on the internet, that through Skype and through live streaming, we get to see and hear things that we never have heard in the past.
So the years that you don't come here, do you avidly watch what's going on from back home?
Absolutely. We're sitting by the computer watching all day long in our pajamas and and lying on the floor with pillows, but we're watching and listening all day.
And you're involved in piping. You've got a piping school that you're involved in Ontario, is that right?
Yes. The last 2 years I've taken over the running of the Ontario School of Piping and Drumming. Last year I think we celebrated our 21st year, and so we're still going strong. This year, speaking of globalization, word is that a couple of people are coming from Nigeria. We were just trying to convince somebody in the bar to come from Brazil. So we have people coming from the US and from all over Canada as well.
Right. And where the people that come to your school, do they come via the school system, or is it kind of private system of teaching you have?
It's a private system of teaching. So we're here, Jack Lee and Bruce Gandy teach at our school, so we're here to support them. And it's quite a year having Alex here too as well.
So have you got a favourite then? If you've got Bruce and Alex and Jack here in the same year, does that make it difficult for you deciding who to support?
Oh yeah, you can't pick at that thread. We're here as a team. We're going to support them all. There's no favourites.
And it's really nice the way that there are so many overseas players playing this year, and the fact that Jack won it last year. It's not a Scottish preserve anymore.
No, it's not. Peter McAllister, is that right?
Yeah.
From New Zealand. And
Stuart Easton's from New Zealand.
Sorry?
Stuart Easton's from New Zealand.
My apologies. Anyway, haven't met him before, so very excited to meet him.
Right. Mm-hmm. And have you got a prediction for tomorrow?
No, I'm not falling into that trap.
No?
No.
Are you staying for the competition in London next week?
We're not going to London. We're staying in Glasgow for the next week, hopefully getting a few lessons at the piping centre.
Oh, excellent. Who's going to be teaching you?
It's still up in the air. We're still hammering out the details.
Right. And do you do that from back home? Are you involved in the kind of Skype lessons that the Piping Centre organises?
I do take Skype lessons, yes,
right.
But not through the National Piping Centre.
Okay. And that's grown as well in recent years. I mean, it used to be the case that you had to... I remember talking to John Wilson years ago, and he told me that when he started to learn, it was Donald MacLeod that taught him, and Donald would record a pibroch on an old tape, and post it to John, and John would learn it and then record his version and post it back. Right. And that whole process would take 8 weeks, and it's now kind of instantaneous where lessons just carry on over Skype all the time.
They just carry on, and the music spreads, and everyone helps and learns, and students become teachers, and teachers become students. So.
And there's quite a bunch of you over here this year.
There is. We were at the Ontario School of Piping and Drumming this summer, and we were talking, a few of us, we were going to go, and it spread, and I think there's 8 or 9 of us now this year. And
you've been here before, but the rest of your friends that are over, have they all been before, or is it a first-time trip?
No, first-time trip, I think, for most.
And were they encouraged to come because they've seen the event live online?
They've seen it live, and they've heard the stories from us.
And the Piper's Ceilidh tomorrow night, is that a big part of the...
Oh, absolutely.
Good. Chris, thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your time here. Enjoy tomorrow.
We will. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
This year we have a new Firanti, which is the Gaelic for this afternoon's compere, or today's compere, Master of Ceremonies. It's a very, very important job because this person holds the whole day together, introducing all the competitors and telling some stories about the music that each competitor is playing, and a little bit of history about the competitors themselves. For the first time, Ewan Anderson is carrying out that job, and he's been preparing hard over the last few weeks, learning a lot about the competitors and about the tunes. But he's taken a little bit of time out from that preparation to give us a bit of insight into how he's going to approach tomorrow. Ewan, thanks very much for taking a couple of minutes to talk to us tonight. This is a little bit of a different event for you this year, because you normally just come up, listen to some music and enjoy the social side of it, but you're actually working here tomorrow.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference. Yeah. I first started coming here when I was a young boy in 1974 with my mum and dad, and it was always the sort of pinnacle of the piping calendar and a social event. One of the few events, maybe back in the day you did stay over at the Northern meetings, but this was always a great piping day, but a very, very social ceilidh at night. So Yes, it'll be a different, as you know, when you're on the mic or you're judging, it's a different experience. Sitting in the audience, it sounds a bit of a strange thing to say, but you get a better opportunity to actually relax and listen and settle into it. But no, quite a big day tomorrow.
How have you approached it?
Well, just because the way the competition runs, the guys don't get their tunes until this evening. So the judges are at this precise moment, I hope, selecting the tunes which they'll give me later on. So I've actually done an extraordinary amount of research, the bulk of which will be in the bucket by about 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, because each piper submits 6 tunes.
That's right.
And so presumably you've had to go and do research on all of these 6 tunes, but you only need to talk about one tomorrow.
Correct, and that's for the Pibroch and for the March of Spray and Reel. So a lot of work, but to be honest, a bit of a labour of love, because you'll know that when you start researching stuff on the internet, you get sidetracked really easily, and all of a sudden you're onto a YouTube clip and you've listened to about an hour of piping and actually done no research whatsoever. So I'll feel more comfortable, I think, by about 10:30 tonight when I've pared it all down.
Yeah.
I know who's playing what and in what order.
When you started doing the research for the kind of long list of tunes that each piper submitted, did you find that you knew more than you thought, and you weren't having to start from such a low level, or was it really? Did you really have to start from scratch without all of the tunes?
A bit of both.
Really?
A bit of both. I knew about some of the tunes, but when you start digging in, tunes that I've actually been playing for years myself, it was quite interesting to find out who these individuals were or where the tunes originated from. So, I found it very informative. I've learned a lot. And I guess it's a sort of kind of a two-way street. You take things for granted, but you never ever know it all. So it's been a great fun and great benefit to me.
And does it make it more difficult knowing that the 2 guys that did the same job before you are both sitting on a judging panel, one in the morning and one in the afternoon?
Yes.
Sorry for bringing it up.
That point that has not been lost to me. I don't know if John and Bob are going to give me a crit sheet at the end of it. They're 2 experts in their own field. They do, obviously they're first class and senior judges, but they do a lot of fair and tying and emceeing at concerts. Both have their individual style, both consummate professionals. John has the presence, if you like, of an ex-commander in the police. Bob brings to the table a softer Canadian lilt. It's...
Are you going to fit somewhere in the middle, or what style are you hoping to bring tomorrow?
Well, I've thought about that, and I can only do what I can do and put my own stamp on it. I'm very conscious of the live stream audience and connecting with the audience. But I guess pretty much like a referee, it's not about me, it's about the competitors. It's making sure things flow seamlessly. So if I can manage to do that without necessarily being seen, as it were, then, I'm not there to put on a performance. I'm not there to be a comedian. I'm just a conduit to the music. Mm-hmm. So, I'm a bit, it's not without angst, I would say that to you. I'll be quite relieved when it's underway and we've got things moving. I'd be interested to, Bob gave me a single piece of advice. I emailed him and said, any tips? He just said, stay sober. So, what can you say? Thanks, Bob.
Is it a different job to do now than it would have been 5 years ago, because you know that you've got an international audience tomorrow? So you're not just talking to the couple of hundred people that are in the Great Hall of Blair Castle, you're talking potentially to tens of thousands of people worldwide. Sorry to make it even more nervy for you, but...
Well, I think that's the nature of the beast with live stream and the internet. And of course you've got international players, New Zealand and Canadians, so I'm very conscious and I've already had quite a few messages Facebook and whatever else. So I've got a fair idea who will be watching. Stuart's carrying an extraordinary support from New Zealand via the Manawatu pipe band. You've got Bruce and Alex is quite a story in itself, father and son. So that's created a lot of interest in the Canadian media. I know Bruce and Alex have been doing the rounds with the press there. So yeah, I'm very conscious of who will be watching. It'll be a balance, I think, tomorrow of interacting with the audience and not forgetting the live stream audience. And I'm hoping that at some stage I'll be drip fed, you know, numbers and I'll maybe get a few live real-time messages that I can fire out. So,
but I mean, you're part of that international brigade, if you like, because you did play with a pipe band in Australia for a number of years. How did that come about?
Well, I finished basically playing with Lothian Borders Police and was wondering where my next move was, and got a phone call from a friend of mine, Scott Nicholson, who was in that neck of the woods, who had taken over. It was the band club at that time. It's now morphed into the pipe band club. They were on a 5-year project to come to the Worlds, and were looking for some home-based players. And the timing was right. And the bonus for me at that time was flying down to play at their Australian Championships in March, and then they would come over and I would play in August. And I did that for about 5 years, and it was fantastic. And that's the beauty about pipe bands. It's not necessarily the competitive winning, you know, although that's obviously very nice. But you build up a huge amount of friends, which, because of Facebook and the internet, you're able to sustain that relationship. So, I had a great time. I mean, it was great to sort of disappear from a Scottish winter into an Australian summer and have a tune. You know.
And has the internet and technology made it easier for pipers from Scotland to play with the Australian bands and vice versa?
Slightly easier, I guess, for learning music. You can get the recordings, you can do Skype now. And everything is readily available, but you just, at the end of the day, like any other band, you have to sit around the table. So my task really was, when they arrived in Glasgow, I decanted from Edinburgh to Glasgow for the entire duration, and it took me at least 3 or 4 days just to come up to speed and to core with the pipe corps. And but that's just the nature of that. I mean, I think it works the other way. I think we have Scottish players that fly down to play with SFU and other bands. So you just can't walk into the circle. Yeah. It does take a while, but yeah, for sure the internet helps.
But the whole piping thing is for you, as far as I can see. I mean, you and I first met when we were probably 15 or 16 playing solos. That wasn't indeed, was not yesterday. But for you, it's as much about the social side as the music.
So one of the reasons you play in a band, I mean, I understand that the top half dozen bands at grade 1, it's serious business. They're Monday, Thursday, the practice. And the level now is phenomenal. Very difficult to split the top 3. But I've always, I was lucky enough when we were in Rome with the police band. So we had the competitive side of the police band, but we were on the road doing tattoos and festivals. And you were away for a week. Now, you couldn't help but to build up a great esprit de corps with the people you were playing with and the people that are associated with a band. And I always, over the years, it's always been, you've got a band present, but we always go for a beer after it. So very social. Why else do we do it? I mean, we rock up at all the games and all the championships. It rains. The facilities are generally very poor. We end up in an overpriced beer tent, and we have a great time. So it is just really for the fun of it.
That's a good place to stop. I won't let you have too much fun tonight, because I know you've got lots of work to do for tomorrow. But listen, I hope it goes well for you tomorrow. Have a great day and enjoy yourself, and enjoy the Ceilidh tomorrow night when you can relax.
I will.
Thank you
very much.
Cheers. For the first time this year, we have a father and son playing at the Glenfiddich Championship, and they're part of this year's overseas contingent. We've got 4 competitors from overseas this year. We've got 3 from Canada and 1 from New Zealand, and the father and son have come all the way from Canada. Bruce, of course, is a regular competitor at the Glenfiddich competition, but for the first time this year he's joined by his son Alex. They brought their family with them as well, and a whole bunch of supporters, but I managed to prise Bruce and Alex away from their family last night to have a little word with them both, just to see if this fact that they're both playing tomorrow will add any extra pressure to either of them, or both of them, or whether they'll just take it all in their stride. Let's see what they had to say. Bruce, Alex, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to me tonight. This has become the norm for you. You've become Canada's celebrity pipers over the last couple of weeks. I've seen nothing but interviews with Bruce and Alec Gandy.
Yeah, I think it's really nice that it's not just the skirl of the pipes and this kind of generic goofy stuff you hear about bagpipes. People are really taking an interest in what has happened and understanding that it's not just playing in mass bands, Scott and the Brave and stuff. They're really getting it. It was big news.
But the interest's been quite phenomenal, Bruce, hasn't it?
It's been good, and the press has been incredibly respectful to the art as a high-end art, and it's been a great education at home. People are going like, "Well, I didn't know that existed." You're playing at a place that's like where an orchestra would play. Like, well, yes, it's not just a parade or your grandpa's funeral that we play at. It's a real thing, and explaining to them sort of the degrees of competition from the local levels of small events and Highland Games up to the bigger games, coming to Scotland to the bigger games, and to this, the biggest of all. And it puts it into perspective for people, and overwhelming support at home for this.
What do people in back home normally or generally know about the pipes? But if you said bagpipes to an average Canadian, what would they think about?
Not this, not the Glenfiddich. Most of the time they think parades. They think, oh, I went to a Highland Games when I was 6. It's very generic kind of. They wouldn't be thinking solo competition or sort of precision or anything, sort of high-end work.
Nova Scotia does have a recognition of bagpipers, though, because they've used them in their square sets and set dancing for years and years, so that comes into play with them. I think one of the big things they don't understand, for instance, is the fact that it's my job. They're like, "You're a bagpiper for a living?" I said, "Yeah, I teach lessons all week long." I'm like, wow. But my question is, well, he's a guitar teacher and he's a banjo teacher. Why can't I be a bagpipe teacher? Nobody ever thought of it.
But the fact that you're doing that full time, and the fact that 30% of the competitors in this year's competition are from Canada, would suggest that the piping scene in Canada's thriving at the moment. Yes.
In areas, I would say in the top for sure. There's a very good open class of players. We don't have what's going on in Scotland right now, which is this great funding to get the schools going. So in Canada, we're having North America in most areas is real trouble getting enough kids to start. That's where I look and see the future is not as bright as it should be right now. You'll hopefully always get stars, but it's nice to have a big pool to pick from. So I'm consciously working on that.
And where are you trying to find that pool from? And are you actively going out and looking for new people to teach?
I'm actually about to start next Wednesday in a public school with the grade 6 kids. For the first time, it's been years and years of going to different schools and trying to, you have to deal with all of the issues that come with that, whether it's during their timetable, whether they're missing English class, whether the music teacher that's there is going to get all upset and call their union, and all, it's like we just want to teach pipes. And
has this been paid for by the local education authority?
No, it's going to be
the parents are funding it privately?
Well, it's going to be actually a volunteer self-funding.
Right.
I'm just getting them going, sort of, I will teach and then I'll find money to pay me, because it's that important to me.
Right.
That we have to get more kids started.
Why is it so important to you?
Because of the life I have, being able to do it and what it's given me. What I can tell the kids, what I told Alex as a youngster and what he's been able to do now, traveling around the world to play pipes. It keeps kids off the street. It's great social development. It teaches them how to public speak. It's not just learning grace notes on a chanter. It's a whole magnitude of things. And then from the business side, keeps me in employment too. Eventually, if I can have a group where I work at the Halifax Citadel, we have a summer band that plays all summer, and we have to feed that. So we need young pipers that need a summer job to play. Alex actually did that for a season.
Mm-hmm. And how are you feeling about tomorrow, Alex? Are you approaching the competition differently because your dad's playing as well?
No.
And does it make any difference to you?
Not
Do you even think about it?
Well, I'm aware of it, but him being here has no bearing on how hard I've worked, which I'm sure it's not any harder than anybody else because I know everybody's going full stop right now. But, you know, if I was to be invited and it was a year that he wasn't, I would have been doing the same things that I've been doing, you know, playing all the time and, you know, reviewing, just doing what all 10 of the guys here are doing.
And are you as ready as you can be for tomorrow?
I think so. I've never done it, but I don't feel nervous right now. I know that, you know, the 6 P-Works I put in, I've played them all, I've recorded them all and sent them. I get help from Dad, and I send all of my P-Works to Colin McClellan as well. He's been helping with a lot of my P-Work work. So I've played all of them start to finish with the recorder on, which always adds sort of an element of pressure for me. And the MSRs, it's tunes that I'm comfortable with. It's you know, I haven't made many changes from the summer and what I put in that way. And it's, I mean, 6 MSRs, it's like, okay, I can do that. The 6 P-Works, I was a little bit, you know, I was chatting a lot with Dad and Colin just about which tunes to submit. And it was making sure that they were of a, you know, a pedigree that would stand up against anything else that anybody else would be putting in. So I had bigger tunes in than I would have over the summer, but it's still, they're tunes that I have played and or was able to brush up on quickly, so that I could be not learning and sort of quicker to rehearsing and practicing for the event.
And it is a big family day tomorrow because as well as your dad playing in the competition with you, your mum will be sitting in the audience.
Yeah,
So you say it doesn't make any difference, but will both of these things add just a little bit of pressure to tomorrow?
I don't think it would add any pressure. I think it's easier for me to play when there's a familiar face in the audience that I can kind of zone in on. So when I'm playing when I played in Inverness, I made sure I knew where people were sitting when I'm tuning up. And I'm like, oh, okay, Glenn Brown and Callum Beaumont are up there. It's like I play for those guys in jeans and a t-shirt when I'm getting ready. It's comfortable having people that you know that are rooting for you sitting in the audience. So we have, I mean, my brother, both my parents, my fiancée Chantal, my Aunt Ainsley, my grandmother, and then a huge number of family friends are all here for this one. So it's special, but I wouldn't say it adds undue pressure. I think it actually almost alleviates some.
It was actually funny you talk about all the friends that are over. The train from Pitlochry or from Glasgow to Pitlochry today could almost have been described as a Gandhi special. It was just like it was full of your friends and family. I
think we had 16 in our little troop of people, which made getting the taxis a little tough. But I agree with Alex. I don't feel any more pressure. I feel a tremendous amount of support, and just. I truly feel blessed to be here this year, more than anything. Just everything I'd hoped for 2 years ago, to get myself back to this position, to somehow do it, and talking over at the pub, like saying, okay, in the last year, like I got to London and I was on them, well, you need to win at Open in Inverness. One of these places, it's like, well, come on, Dad. And I'm like, I don't know how many kicks of the cat I have, so we need to be playing at this together. And I told Liz, I said, somehow this is going to happen. So when it did, I think I yelled louder than him at Inverness.
I think you've used these words before when we've spoken about being here. That you feel blessed when you come over here. You enjoy being here so much. You just really thrive on the atmosphere at Glenfiddich, don't you?
Yeah, I'm highly competitive. You know, and I've taught that with Alex as well. But I'm hugely passionate about it. And I mean, even at home, if the pipes aren't right, I'm swearing away downstairs. I can't even be bothered to bother with myself. But when they get right, and you know, and I've said that in a writing that I'm doing, that when you can get the bagpipe right and you can get either the pitch and the pace of your tune and everything to move at a place where you know that you are physically and emotionally and mentally moving people, and they're not just doing this because they're having a good old time and that's a beer on a Saturday night. You've got them inside your pocket. Nothing beats that. No result, no anything. I mean, you can feel that energy. You've probably seen that, Fergus, when people come and you know you have them wrapped around your hand. That's what all the preparation's for. And when you get in your groove and stuff, and Glenfiddich is great for that because the stage is remarkable to play on when it's good.
And presumably the social aspect will be special tomorrow night as well, because you've got so many family and friends round for the Piper's Ceilidh after the competition.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, I've never been to the Ceilidh. I've been years ago when I was living in Glasgow. I came up to watch. So it's. I mean, you know, you see pictures, you see videos, but it is a new experience for me to be kind of walking out onto that stage, and which I when I was here. Would have been in 2007. I remember in the morning you could go up, and I was just like, no, I don't want to go onto that stage until you can earn it. Same with like holding the World's Trophy. You don't want to touch it if you haven't done it. So I was like, no, I'm gonna earn my way onto that stage rather than going up early. So I'm looking forward to going out.
We'll have a walk tomorrow at about 9:10. Right
Right.
after the picture, and I do that every year. Ian Spears does it, and we noticed each other doing it at one time, and I said, what do you do? He goes, I just like to stand and be playing here without playing,
Right.
and see the hall, see the places, find places to look and focus, have a peek up in the balcony to see a camera in case a light flickers or something, and just look for anything that can be potentially distracting and will it to come to you right then, so that it doesn't bother you if you are in performance, and just kind of feel that stage. You know, stomp your feet a couple of times and just a couple of clacks so you feel what your shoes sound like and all that, and it kind of just, let me play now.
And apart from that standing on the stage before you start tomorrow, is the preparation pretty much done and dusted now? Can you go and relax for the rest of tonight?
Yeah. I got to play earlier here in my room, and it's good. I got through things, or little bits of all the tunes, and made sure pipes are going okay, and then just check the hem, check the tape, right, and close the case, because I know that if they're open, I'm going to be looking at them and fidgeting, and so I just closed the case. I got my practice chanter and the music out, so once I know which P-Rick I'm playing, I'll scan through that once and then put it away too.
You the same, Bruce? Yeah.
I think so, pretty much. I've been tossing around. It's always been a laugh how many chanters I will carry with me, because I'm completely obsessed with it all and never quite sure. But I think
tell us, how many have you got with you?
I have 4.
4.
And I left 2 at home, but because the case would only take so much. But because...
When will you make a final decision of which one you're going to play tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I know what I'm going to play in the P-Rick. I'm just not positive I'm going to play it from both events. For one little thing I don't even want to mention, there's just something about a feel with the other chanter I like, but it doesn't quite answer one other thing for me.
Right.
And it's probably just over-obsessing with it. But it's good. I'll check my hemp. I just got my pipes fixed, and there's still the moisture things, like a little bit. I might need a wrap of hemp, but I had a good play this afternoon. This is what I held you up for in the interview, and pipes are going good, so it's just up to me to now deliver what I hope to be, what I am capable of, and hope that it ends up that way. And we'll just see what the others do. We talk together a lot about this at the pub. We never try to win a contest. We're getting better at preparing to not lose.
That's a good place to finish. Go and relax and enjoy your night tonight, and all the best for tomorrow. Thanks very much again. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Peter, thanks very much for taking a couple of minutes to talk to us.
That's okay.
I know you're kind of rushed. You've just arrived this afternoon.
Yeah, working
busy
all
day.
Yeah, usual day in the surgery.
And does that make it more difficult to prepare for an event like this, or have you managed to get some time this week to?
I'm just used to it, you know.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. You know, it's a busy life.
This is your first time competing at Glenfiddich.
Yep.
How are you fixed up for tomorrow?
Well, all's good. Looking forward to it, actually.
Yeah.
Excited, I think is the right word.
Is that the word you would use?
Yeah.
You've been a spectator here.
Yeah, I came along a few years ago. We had a wee chat whenever I won the silver medal, and that was the year that the boiler broke. Do you remember?
That's right. Yes.
And we had a wee bit of it now. I really enjoyed it that day. I haven't managed to get back since. Just hasn't been
Right.
convenient.
But you think it'll be very different tomorrow, standing up on that stage playing?
Probably, yes. Yeah, I'm up for it.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
You came quite late to competitive piping.
Yeah, I did.
Tell us a bit about how that came about.
Well, I was an amateur piper for a long time, and sort of after about maybe 10 years of amateur piping, people began to say to me, you really could, maybe just join the professional league. And me and my mate Douglas, may have met Douglas Gardner, we just jumped into the CPA and just had a ball. It's been great. It's been great fun ever since. So maybe I left it too long, but I really enjoyed the amateur league. But the professional league is such fun.
Is it very different?
It's very different. Yeah, there's a different, obviously, level of competitiveness. It's still a very friendly bunch of guys. I mean, they really are. Obviously, playing outside. I'm a big games supporter, so most of my professional performances are outside, and I practice outside now. I play outside all the time. All summer I practice out in the fields, and that's made a difference to my playing, I think.
It's a very social scene, though. You enjoy
very
that
social
side of it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, when you're at the games, you have to everybody has to drive home in the end. But you have weekends like this in London and the Inverness and Oban, where you can actually sit down with the lads in the evenings. That's good fun.
So when you were playing in the amateur leagues, did you ever have it in your mind that the pinnacle would be to come here and play, or is it? No.
Never crossed my mind.
Really?
Never crossed my mind.
Because I speak to lots of people who say from a very young age that all they thought about was coming to the Glenfiddich to be one of the 10 players that were playing. But that's interesting that you're saying it was never...
No, I came here, the first time I came here was in 1995, whenever my kids were quite little. And I just happened to be staying locally, and somebody said, well, come along and have a listen. And I was pretty blown away by it. It was a very, very good competition. But it never crossed my mind that I would ever one day play here. That would be ridiculous.
When did you start to realise that perhaps you could one day play here?
Well, the last couple of years has been interesting in the gold medal. You get a few prizes and you think, I could probably win this. And, it never actually occurs to you, even though there are 25 guys standing in a row in the gold medal and they could all win.
Yeah.
We could all win. It's just beating the right guy on the right day, really. And...
what changed about what you were doing then to give you the mindset that said, I can win this?
I think just consistently turning up, and people would, you get good feedback, and people would say, you're doing okay. You get a couple of thirds, maybe I think I got a fourth, and I got another fourth, and you win a lot of A-grade competitions, and you think, if I just beat all the right guys on the right day, I'll manage it.
And did something happen to you? Did you practice differently, or practice more, or have a different teacher, or did something?
No.
Was there a kind of defining moment, or
no, just carried on doing roughly the same thing. Nope, I've been doing the same thing for years.
That must be very encouraging, that listening to this for young players that are looking to compete.
I had a chat with, this isn't a secret. I had a chat with Derek Urquhart, who was the one the silver medal this year, and me and Derek have been chatting for years. And I said to him one time, Derek, if you actually played the set tunes around the games, maybe it wouldn't be a surprise to you when you play them in the medal. And he was always winning with the Big Spree, was his big tune, and every time Gareth turned up, he would win with the Big Spree, and I'd think, well, that's all very well, Derek, but you're going to have to win the medal eventually. This year, he did that. He went around with the games tunes, and then bang, when you get to the medal, you've played them. So that was my message. I said it would be, if I had any message to the young pipers who want to get there, would be to pick up the set tunes and just play them. I always competed with the set tunes everywhere I went, and that was quite a discipline. You know, I wasn't playing my favourite tunes sometimes, but you know, for 10 years I've been playing set tunes around the games, and that's done me a lot of good.
And how have you approached this event tomorrow? Have you practiced in a different way, prepared in a different way? Have
Not
you
really,
any
no.
preparation still to do?
No, I'm all ready to go. I've done more light music practice. I've got a light music teacher, Finlay Johnson, who's here tomorrow. So me and Finlay have had a number of hours together, you know. I think on Monday I played 15 MSRs in a row for him, like continuously. So you know we have done a lot of work on the light music.
Right.
Pembroke preparation's been much the same. It's been really nice to pick my tunes now that, of course, I don't have to play the set tunes for tomorrow. Play my favourite tunes. So that's been fun.
And have you got a preferred place to play tomorrow?
No.
Draw?
No, not at all.
Doesn't matter to you, first or last?
Doesn't matter a hoot.
Quite a nice international mix of players tomorrow as well. 3 from Canada, 1 from New Zealand, and half a dozen Scots.
Yes, it's just about right probably, because that's the way the scene is now. There's a lot of people from around the world are very, very skilled, and no, it's going to be good fun.
You think that's changed over the last few years? Do you think that there's more and more international influence in the music?
No, I think the Canadians have always been particularly strong over here, and we've had a few Kiwis, and we've got a couple of Australians who are very powerful on the scene. So I think it's always been big.
Right. And tomorrow you're just looking to enjoy yourself.
I'm excited by tomorrow. I mean, a lot of guys have said, you know, don't be put off by the big stage and the lights and that stuff. Just enjoy yourself. And I've really taken that on board. I'm excited.
Good.
For my day out.
That's a good place to finish. I'll let you go and relax tonight.
Thanks.
And enjoy yourself tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Fergus.
Cheers.
See you.
Stuart, this is your first time at the Glenfiddich.
Yes.
How's it feel so far?
A little anxious, but very excited as well.
Yeah. When did you come over?
We arrived Thursday night, so left it a little bit late, but hopefully we'll be fine by tomorrow. Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about the preparation that you do, that you're doing, or you have done, or you're going to do between coming over here and the competition itself.
Yeah, it's been fairly intense. Obviously, since getting the invite, I had to make a plan, and by and large, I've stuck to that plan every day. So a couple of hours when we can. I've got 2 little kids as well, so it doesn't always go to plan. But no, I'm generally happy with the build-up.
And have you been to the Glenfiddich as a spectator before?
I have, back in 2001, so a long time ago.
And when you came in 2001, did you ever think that you'd be coming here as a competitor?
I think that was always the dream. So no, it's all become a reality really. This year's really changed. Yeah.
Good competition year for you then, winning the gold medal at Oban.
Yep. Yeah, no, it was, I suppose I didn't expect it, but it all happened. It's been a fantastic year, and yeah, so here we are. Yeah.
The piping scene in New Zealand is thriving at the moment, isn't it?
It's fantastic. Yeah, we've got a lot of great young ones coming through. There's lots of good teaching throughout the country, and really top soloists as well through all the grades. So even our Pembroke competitions in the C and D grades are really strong. So yeah, it's looking pretty positive.
And where's that coming from? Are people, are youngsters learning at school, or is it private tuition that's helping more?
Yeah, both. Yeah, like coming through the school, but I think a lot of the top soloists are teaching in their regions as well. So there's some really good depth coming through.
And over the last few years, we've seen more and more competitions being streamed, so that people that can't get to the Glenfiddich or can't get to the World Championships or can't get to these competitions can watch them online. Is that helping to kind of globalise the piping scene?
Yeah, I think so. I guess it's a new concept. We tried, we streamed the Hastings Highland Games this year, our former winners clasp and the WMSR. So we tried to replicate what they do at the Glenfiddich, and all the feedback from that, wherever I've gone around the world, they said it was just fantastic. So I think a lot of the competitions are now replicating that. So we had our silver challenger and clasp last weekend at Labour Weekend in Christchurch, and that was live streamed. Then we also had a new competition at the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year, was also live streamed a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, I think people are getting more involved, and you know, the access to watch the competitions is far easier than it once was. And
as far as you could tell, was it a New Zealand audience that were watching the streaming, or was it a global audience?
I don't know the answer. I guess if you're on Facebook, you see which friends of yours are watching. But yeah, I'm not too sure where.
So what was the catalyst for you? What got you into piping in the first place?
I was a late starter. My dad's a piper, and he taught me when I was 13, so a little bit later than some, and joined the local band, the Horowhenua Pipe Band, back then, and I was very fortunate that the Manawatu Pipe Band was only half an hour away, and as I progressed, we were lucky at the time. We had Greg Wilson was the pipe major of the band at that time, and I was fortunate enough to get some lessons from him. And then I guess we went to Scotland in 1997, so just 3 and a bit years after starting, so that was my first World Champs. And after that trip, I think it really, you know, for me, that was it. I was like, right, I'm hooked, I'm into this, and ever since I've been coming back.
And what was it? What was the hook? What got you so motivated and driven to want to come here and play tomorrow?
I think the music above all, and hearing those great bands back then. I still remember hanging on to the seats of the World Champs, trying to get a peek and take photos, and you know, I bought all the CDs at the time and followed those bands, and then obviously the solos took off as well. So yes, initially started coming every 2 years, and then that became every year. Yeah.
And what preparation will you do between now and the competition itself tomorrow?
I'm going to try and relax. We've got a dinner tonight. I've had a really good tune this afternoon, which is good. I've spent 2 and a bit days in the aeroplane, so haven't done too much piping, of course, but yeah, had a good tune today. So I think today I'll just try and relax, and we get our tunes later tonight. So.
And have you got your fingers crossed? Have you got particular tunes that you want tomorrow? Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. I purposely don't try and have any favourites. You got to submit them, so you work on all of them, and it doesn't matter what I get.
And you get a bit of chance to socialise while you're here this trip, or is it straight back home after the competition today?
No, I'm here for another week, so we're staying on for the Bradford Gorman London next weekend, yeah, which would be good. My poor wife is actually flying home on Sunday, so short trip for her, just the weekend.
She's not a piper?
Well, technically, yes, she was a piper.
Right.
She's more a Highland dancer than a piper, but yeah, she's come all this way to watch me, and we'll drop her off at the airport on Sunday, and then my dad and I will continue on for another week.
Excellent. Well, Stuart, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, and all the best for tomorrow. Have a good one, and enjoy the rest of your stay in Scotland.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats at the back? Make yourselves comfortable. We're going to crack on. Thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch and are suitably refreshed. The seats have not got any more comfortable, I know, but we've got 2 more Peabrook's. We'll have a quick oil change of judges, so that'll be a 15-minute break for that, and then we're into the March display and reel. So that's your schedule. 2 big tunes to come, so probably in the region of 40 to 45 minutes of Peabrook to go. So there's the next competitor is Bruce Gandy from Canada. Bruce first played here in the year 2000, and he wrote to me and saying, lucky 13th. This is his 13th appearance here, so he is hoping it's going to be lucky 13. I want to read you something Bruce wrote to me, very similar when I was speaking about Alex. Bruce and Alex have been doing a lot of PR work at home, because it's quite a unique thing, father and son. So Bruce wrote and said, so many people have been asking about how it feels about competing against each other. I can honestly say that Alex and I are very close, so whilst we technically are competing at the event, we've become more focused on helping each other prepare for the great championship. He's been listening to me play, and I've been listening to him. We've done that for years. We first competed against each other in 2005, but Alex's playing came on in 2007 when he won the Jigs Open. Bruce was second that day. So yes, they're here to compete, but you can understand where they're both coming from, and Bruce is very keen to get that across to you. As I said to you earlier on, they've got fantastic support here, and Bruce was originally taught by Hal Senick before going to James Troy, and he also picked up things from Bob Hardy and Andrew Wright at several summer schools. I think that was down in Idaho. In 1982, Bruce moved to Ontario, where he was to join the 78th Fraser Highlanders. And he really became instrumental. There was a sort of small nucleus of guys in that band. And, you know, as they say, the rest is history. I think they produced about 5 or 6, which are now classic albums. A fantastic outfit. In 1998, Bruce decided to have a serious tilt at the solo competitions and started coming to Scotland on a regular basis. And he subsequently won both gold medals. I think it was probably 2003 at Inverness and 2004 at Oban. I'm not going to say too much more about Bruce because we need to, I'll cover his musical composing side and his business in the March and Spay and Rule section. The tune that Bruce is going to play for us is the Lament for the Laird of Annapool. It's one of the big masterpieces with a high degree of technical difficulty. Some of you in the hall might know who Arthur Montford was, but he was an old Scottish commentator who was famous for 2 things. He wore horrendous tweed jackets, but when somebody scored a good goal, he would use the term, it was a Bobby Dazzler. This tune, if he was standing here, he would describe as a Bobby Dazzler. There is no time to relax for the competitor. You're straight into it. I mean, some tunes you can play yourself in. This is straight to the high G. It's got a high degree of technical difficulty. You cannot switch off. It's one of my personal favourites, and it's a great, great challenge. There's a smaller tune. This is the Laird of Annapool. There's a smaller tune, Lady Annapool's Lament. But as far as I'm aware, there's no such place in Scotland as Annapool. So there's no real record about a lord or a laird or a lady of Annapool. There is conjecture that it might be Annapool near Loch Glentoul. In the original manuscript, it is referred to as tune number 28. I much prefer the Lament for the Laird of Annapool. Please welcome Bruce Gandy. I told you. What a tune. What a tune. Well done, Bruce. Our final competitor in the Pibroch section is none other than Roderick MacLeod, MBE. Roddy is the principal of the National Piping Centre and also co-founded Piping Live, the Glasgow International Piping Festival. And he's arguably the most wheel-kent face in piping. Roddy was a student of the late Duncan Johnston, and he won his first gold medal at the Northern Meetings in 1986, and then the Argyllshire Gathering in 1988. Now, I make no apologies for this. I'm going to read you a few stats about Roddy, because they're quite remarkable. He's been the champion here 5 times, winning the March to Spain Rio 3 times, and the Pibroch 10 times. What a record. Silver Chanter 7 times. 2 class at the Northern Meeting. 2 Open Pibrochs at the Argyllshire Gathering. The Bratish Gorm at London 8 times. The Gillis Cup at London 9 times. And that's not all his prizes by any manner of means. In 2003, he was made a member of the British Empire in recognition to his services to piping. And in 2004, he was awarded the Glenfiddich Spirit of Scotland Award. The tune that he's going to play is McSwan of Roig. The McSwans were constables and wardens in Dunvegan, one of them marrying Rory Moore MacLeod's Lament. It's another tune that demands a beautiful Pibroch high G, and the man that can handle the tune is this man here. Please welcome Roddy MacLeod. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Pibroch. Can I ask you to put your hands together and thank the Pibroch judges from left to right, Dr. Angus MacDonald, John Wilson and Patricia Anderson. Now comes the hard part. They're going to go away into a cupboard somewhere and have a wee chat and deliberate. So can I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to be back in your chairs, say at 15 minutes, 25 to, where we'll have a fresh panel, and I'll introduce the panel to you, and then we'll get cracking with the March of Spain reel. So stretch your legs.
Okay, we're going to have a word now with Callum McCrimmon. Callum, you're more widely known for your work with folk groups rather than the pipe bands and solo piping competition. You still enjoy these events?
Absolutely. Yeah, to be honest, I don't get along to solo events very often, and this is in fact my first time coming to the Glenfiddich. So yeah, it's kind of a special day out. I'm here with my dad as well, so boys' day out.
We're halfway through the Pibroch competition. Have you actually sat in the hall and listened to a few of the tunes this morning?
I've been in. I've actually been sat outside of the hall because it's so busy. It's amazing to see such a well-attended event. I wasn't sure if that would be the case or not, before coming. And it's great. No, it's well set up outside to be able to listen to the music thanks to the live streaming and be able to see the competitor play as well. So I'm really enjoying it and enjoying kind of comparing the players, their sound, their approach to setting the instrument up, and then of course the delivery of the tunes. The level is it's through the roof, so I mean it's just great to hear.
And do you hear a big difference in instruments between different players, or are they all playing an instrument that is pretty similar?
I mean it's all kind of top class sounds, but it's interesting just hearing like when it comes to the drones, how thick or how full the tone is, or if listening to the chanter, you might notice where they tune the notes for certain intervals. Again, that can come through with the drones, and so I suppose it's kind of a geeky thing, but I'm taking little notes, and I think I'll probably go back to the live stream. Is it available after today?
It's available for a long time after today, yes. I'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
Do you find that these guys have a different approach to the way they tune their instruments or set their instruments up to the way you do it playing along in a band with other instruments?
Yeah, it's definitely different how we would set up on, like, for a folk band. Usually in a folk band your pipes will be lying on stage for quite a while, and then you've got to play for 3 or 4 minutes, and then that's you done doing that for maybe 5 or 10 minutes again. So it's a very different approach. These guys have got to set up for playing a piece non-stop that could be 15 or 20 minutes long. So having your solo instrument keep its tuning for that amount of time it's an incredible thing to achieve, especially to the level that these guys can take it.
But if you pick up your pipes that are lying on stage when you're playing with Braybach and they've been lying there for 10 minutes, you'll just pick them up and play again. You won't bother tuning. How can you do that? But these guys have got to spend 10 minutes tuning.
Well, probably if I was to try and play a Pibroch from that 15-20 minute piece, mine would not stay in tune. But because I'm aiming to play for 3 or 4 minutes, my pipes need to start off in tune, and hopefully they we'll hold that for 3 to 4 minutes. But it would be a different thing if I was doing a solo performance.
And do you play Pibroch with the band, with the folk group at all?
There are elements of it in some of the stuff we do, yeah, but we're always arranging things for the group to play, so it's less of a solo delivery. I save that for the bedroom most of the time.
And from what I'm seeing online, Brayback's having a particularly busy time of it at the moment. You've got a new album coming out soon, I think.
Yeah, that's right. The new album, Frenzy of the Meeting, has just been released, really, and our tour starts at the start of November. 1st of November is the first gig, and
where are you touring?
All through England and Scotland, and the places we don't get to in November we will be going to in February 2019. So it's the start of a busy time, but it's great. It's going to be fun getting out and playing new material.
Yeah. So if you're watching this from down south, then you have the opportunity to go and see Callum and the boys playing between now and the end of the year. The new album is fantastic, well worth a listen, and always worth watching them live on stage. Callum talked about about watching the live stream afterwards, and if you want to do that, then it is available for the rest of the year. And while you're watching, if you feel like making a donation, this year's recipients of any money that's donated is the Isle of Skye Piping Society, trying to take piping into the community in Skye and help youngsters pick up the instruments. So you've got the opportunity from the top level of piping that we're seeing here today to help youngsters that are just starting to pick up the instruments. So that's all available online for the rest of the year. Callum, thanks very much for talking to us. I'll let you get back into the hall and watch the rest of the competition. Cheers.
Okay.
Delighted now to be joined by Glasgow's Lord Provost, Eva Bollander, who's a regular visitor to Pitlochry for the Glenfiddich Championship. Eva, thanks very much for talking to us. How are you enjoying the competition so far today?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's always so lovely to come here, just sit here and get immersed in wonderful music.
Because, of course, you are a piper as well as a Lord Provost.
Well, I usually call myself an ex-piper nowadays because it's a long time since I had the time to do it.
But I think the last time we spoke, you said you were hoping to take it up again.
Well, yeah. I'm still in the hope of doing that.
What makes this event so special?
Well, you have the absolute best pipers invited to come here and play, and Pibroch is such a specific genre of piping, and I think some people say it's an acquired taste, but it's certainly one taste I acquired a long time ago, and I totally love it.
Do you prefer the Pibroch to the March of Spain Reel competition in the afternoon?
It's just different, but I do like to sit and listen to beautiful Pibroch, and when you hear it played as well as you do here, this competition always is wonderful.
And have you had a favourite from what you've heard this morning?
No, it's hard to pick one so far. It's hard to pick one. Sometimes you can hear one that stands out. I haven't managed to do that yet, but I love the sound of Stuart Little's pipes.
Really?
Yeah, I think his pipes is beautiful always.
We've been saying quite a lot over the last couple of days because there's been so many international accents here in Perthshire this weekend that piping seems to have really globalised over the last few years. Why do you think that is?
I think it's been globalised for a long time, and obviously I'm from Scandinavia originally, so I know it's been big in Scandinavia for a long time. And I think sometimes when you came from the outside, coming into the piping world, you almost notice that better than if you're living in Scotland. So I think there's a difference in that, and I think it's been global for a long time, but maybe more people travel these days, and that's why you hear more different accents here.
And why did you get into pipes in the first place? Why does someone from Sweden, from Scandinavia, want to play a Scottish instrument?
You know what, I think I was about 6-7 years of age when I heard the pipes being played live in Stockholm, and I just loved it. I just loved the sound of it, everything around it. And I never thought I would be able to play in Stockholm, but when I was in comparatively higher secondary school, there was big posters up there asking for people who want to join a band or learn to play the pipes. And like, yes, I'm in.
And did you have Scottish instructors come over to Stockholm these days?
Yes, we had. Well, there was an ex-Scottish Guard piper who was living in Stockholm who was teaching the band I mainly played with, the Stockholm Caledonia Pipe Band. So, yeah.
And do you think you will get back to playing again at some point?
Well, not in any serious aspect, but we'll see what we can do. Possibly piping live next year, the sort of charity band march through the city.
Yeah, excellent. Well, listen, Eva, I'll let you get back into and enjoy the rest of the competition. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We're joined now by James Beaton, who is the librarian at the National Piping Centre in Glasgow and a regular visitor to Blair Castle for the Glenfiddich Championship. James, we've talked regularly about the competition itself, but
sure.
I've never asked you about the work you do at the Piping Centre, so
okay.
Tell me a little bit about what the librarian at the National Piping Centre actually does.
Well, I do a range of things, really. I mean, I look after the library itself, which is a collection of printed material relating to the repertoire of the bagpipe, as well as the bagpipe's history and culture. We've also got quite a large sound collection, which covers a wide range of formats. We've got everything from 78s, haven't quite got the disc cylinders, but we've got 78s, we've got LPs and cassettes, and also a big collection of reel-to-reel tapes.
Of course, there'll be lots of people listening to this who won't know what an LP is.
Well, exactly, and I think we find that with some of the younger students, they don't know what an LP is either. But we soon show them how to work a record player, you know, we have CDs and other things as well. So, and as well as that, we have an archival collection, which is mainly material relating to people's personal collections of tunes. For example, Archie McFadden, who was a pipe major back in the sort of first half of the 20th century. We've got his personal papers. We also have a collection of sort of what you might term ephemera, which is sort of things that are produced on the day for occasions such as this, you know, the World Pipe Band Championship programmes, Cowl programmes, their Gaussian Gathering, that kind of thing. So it's a wide range of material in different formats.
And are piping enthusiasts able to come into the library and have a look through things and listen to the music that you've got available?
Absolutely, yes, they're able to do that. We're looking to try and make more of it online at the moment, and we're looking at how we can digitise some of that material, particularly teaching tapes for Peabrook. We've got the teaching tapes of Dr. Kenneth Mackay, as well as one or two other people, and Andrew McNeil indeed from Colonsay. So we're looking at how we can digitise these and make them available, because they're a good insight into the way Peabrook was played and how it was taught and how it was developed and things like that.
And are you interested in expanding the content of the library if people have got things lying about that they think might be useful having there?
Yes, I think so. I mean, and certainly, you know, I think there's a limit in space terms, but we've not reached that yet. Right. So, I mean, I think we can still take in more material if people have got things that would be interested in giving to us. And it's also good to have sort of multiple copies of things, because students are always looking for material.
Yeah. And in terms of the day itself, what is it that drags you up to Perthshire from Glasgow once a year for this event?
There are a couple of things. I think first of all is hear great piping, you know, the best of Peabrook playing, the best of March to Spain Reel playing, and the second side of it, of course, is the social side of it, meeting people that I see regularly, but just having another chance to have a chat with them, have a bit of a laugh, have a chat, and a few coffees, perhaps a dram or two, and then head back down to Glasgow in the train.
And the social side is just as important as the music, isn't it, for many people?
I think so, and I think the social side in piping has always been important. You know, it's about meeting friends, making new friends, and having fun as well as playing pipes.
And do you see this? I mean, I know that you're involved in, and you go to a lot of the other big piping events throughout the year. Do you see this as the kind of unofficial World Championship of solo piping?
I suppose you could see it as that, yes. I mean, I think that it's certainly right up there at the very top end of playing, and I think the good thing with it is that it brings in new people each year, because there's a new gold medal winner or two new gold medal winners each year, perhaps new former winners for the March to Spain Reel. So there's always some fresh playing coming in, and it's nice to see a couple of new faces this year.
Yeah, I think the first three competitors in the Peabrook this morning, it was their first time, so it's interesting to get three in a row that I've never played before.
Yes, absolutely, and obviously the draw gods or whoever sorted that out. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a good thing about that, and to see new blood coming through, and to see younger players, including some who've been students at the National Piping Centre. Perhaps not so much this year, but in previous years, some of them have come through and played here.
And are you brave enough to tell us a preference of what you've heard so far today?
No. I mean, I think that all the tunes that I've heard today have been good. I've certainly enjoyed Finlay Johnson's tune. I enjoyed Stuart Liddell's tune, and I thought Stuart recovered from the little drone incident right at the start of his performance very, very well. But I wouldn't like to put my neck on the line for any of it.
I didn't hear that particular thing you're talking about, but do you think that at this level of competition, can a little thing like that spoil someone from getting a major prize?
It possibly could do. I mean, I think that what happened was there seemed to be an issue with his drone perhaps malfunctioning, but you know, he sorted it out, recovered, and carried on. And of course, you know, he's a consummate professional, so I suspect it may have phased him slightly less than it may have phased other people.
There is a big debate goes on about whether someone who does slip up.
The piping instructor was a guy called Bill Miller, originally from Omagh, who was from Northern Ireland. And Bob went on from strength to strength and subsequently went to John Wilson. That was John Wilson from Edinburgh who went out to Canada. In 1971, Bob won the first of his seven North American championships, and over a span of 13 years, he was named Ontario's Champion Supreme 12 times. In 1975, Bob came over to Scotland and quickly made a stamp on the solo career. As well as being a successful piper, Bob is obviously a wit and raconteur, and if he's not like John, if he's not on that side of the bench, he's up here. He's a very musical chap, as many of you will know. He's written many tunes and books and has compiled some excellent CDs. Probably more recently, Bob's probably best known for his BBC work at the World Pipe Band Championships, where he's Jackie Bird's wingman. Come on, wake up. Oh, you can come again. You can laugh. Bob, it's great to see you here. You're most welcome. Last but by no means least, the man in the middle, Murray Henderson, born in Timaru on the family farm at Blue Cliffs in New Zealand, and was taught to play bagpipes by his father. He later received tuition from Donald Bain and David Boyle. And of course, he came over here at the ripe age of 20, and as you now know, subsequently met and married Patricia, who was on the bench this morning. We haven't got the time actually to go through Murray's achievements, such as the list, but probably the most significant are his clasp winning. Murray was able to compete, so he won a clasp in each of every 4 decades, 6 clasps in all. And I was smiling when I was doing my research. In 2003, he was on the cover of the Piping Times as the comeback king for his win at the Northern Media Kings in 2003. Murray became a full-time reed maker in 1976 and set up his business in Strathmore with Patricia in 2004. In 2016, he was inducted to the Music Hall of Fame. He is a proud Kiwi and is a proud father, with both his daughters being expert musicians in their own field. Murray, welcome. So we're going to kick off the March of Spain now with Callum Beaumont. Callum's tunes, I just assume everybody knows. As I said earlier on, they submit 6 marches, 6 respays, 6 reels, and the judges pick one from each category. And at this championship, they play the same tune twice, so it's twice through. At other championships or other competitions, it's 2 marches, 2 respays, and 2 reels. But here, it's the same march, respay, and reel twice through. He's going to play Miss Elspeth Campbell, Tulloch Castle, and Miss Proud. I had the pleasure of playing with Callum in the Edinburgh Police Band, Lothian and Borders, a few years ago. Callum joined when he was 14 with his brother James. And I think Callum's dad, Hamish, is somewhere. Give me a wave, Hamish. Yeah, Hamish was the taxi driver. And Callum played up in the back rank. beside the late great Les Watson. He certainly, I don't think he's grown in height, but he's certainly grown in stature. Please welcome Callum Bowman. Wow, what a start. Fantastic stuff, Callum. Next we have Jack Lee. Jack's going to play for us the Marchioness of Tullybarden, the Suspect John Roy Stewart, and the real Delina Mackay. I was just looking at the Marchioness of Tullybarden, and there's a great recording on YouTube of Willie Ross playing this march, and the recording's dated 1929. I think Jack will be playing it twice, if not 3 times as long as Willie took to play it, but it's quite an interesting re-recording. In Glenn's book, this march is actually named as the Marchioness of Tullybarden's Welcome to Blair Castle, and it says it was composed by Charles Duff of Dunavuord in 1863. And Dunavuord is indeed a neighbourhood of Blair Athol, and the seat of the Marquess of Tullybarden. So there's a little bit of history behind Jack's march. I only scratched the surface this morning on Jack's pedigree. I think everybody must know in the room about his history with the Simon Fraser University Pipe Band. He's been the pipe sergeant there since Adam was a boy, and the band has won 6 world championships with Jack with his involvement. They've recorded numerous CDs. Jack and his brother Terry were awarded meritorious service medals by the Governor-General of Canada in 1999 for outstanding service to the country. And Jack and Terry were both awarded honorary doctorate degrees from Simon Fraser University in recognition of their contribution to piping. So, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Jack has 3 sons, Andrew, Colin and John. And here it comes. The instrument that he's playing was made by his son, Andrew. It's a Leon Son bagpipe and is modelled on an old set of Thau drones that Jack has. What an entrance. Please welcome Jack Lee. Thanks, Jack. Our next competitor is Stuart Liddell. Stuart is going to play for us the Abergavenny Highlanders, the Shepherd's Crook, and the Cockerel in the Creole. The Abergavenny Highlanders are composed by Angus Mackay, and it's in Willie Ross, Book 1, Page 1. That's good for a quiz, so write that down. I think most of you will associate Angus Mackay with Peebrich, but he actually composed several excellent light music tunes for Glengarry Garrity, Duke of Roxburgh's Farewell to the Blackmount Forest, and this great tune. The Shepherd's Crook, well, I think most of the men in this audience certainly have had the Shepherd's Crook at some time when you get hauled off exit stage left. I mentioned to you earlier on that I was over in Lorient with Dr. Angus, and Stuart was over, and I was out having a beer with him on a Friday night, and we were just talking about life in general, about having a young family, and Stuart is married to Sabine and has 2 young children, Alexander and Sarah. So we're just talking about the demands of having a young family and you know, running a pipe band and solo playing, and Stuart said, man, and I just can't find the time to practice. You know, it's getting on my nerves. So he won both the events in Lorient. He won the Masters Piping Live. He won the Open Peebrich at Oban. So who knows what he's capable of when he actually finds the time to practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stuart Liddell. I've not seen you for 35 years. I thought you'd at least buy me a gin and tonic. See you later. Just a quick shout out to a Canadian contingent who I know have been watching in live stream. Sons of Scotland Pipe Band, Bethany the Brazilian and the gang, Kate Camove and her mum Leslie, Andrew Bertov, Malky Bow, Ian McIsaac and Laurie Wilson Goddard. They're all from Canada and they have been feverishly watching and supporting our North American chums. Speaking of North American chums, next up is Gandhi the Young, Alex. Alex is going to, that makes you Bruce the Old, I guess. Just live with it. Right, Alex is going to play for us Mrs. MacDonald of Danach. To give it its full Sunday name, it's Mrs. H.L. MacDonald of Danach, which was composed by Willie Laurie. Apparently, Charlotte Teresa, a MacDonald from Tote and Skye, married Henry Lachlan MacDonald of Danach, hence the name H.L. MacDonald of Danach. Willie Laurie composed a tune for her when he was the piper at Danach when she died suddenly in 1933. So that's a wee bit about the tune. Not a big popular tune in the solo world, so it's actually great that he's getting a run out here today, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Alex play it. He's going to play the Bob of Fettercairn and Drumlithie. I think these are two of the tunes that he played in his Silver Star winning performance. He is a prodigious light music talent. He does not have the cleanest brogues in the family, because I know who has, because they were spit and polished last night in the bar. We'll check them out at the Ceilidh. Please welcome Alex Gandy. I enjoyed that. Well done, Alex. Ian, is that a coffee in your hand? Oh, I'm surprised. Just a wee update. I've just been handed this very important note. It's about the live stream. We're hitting Australia, the Netherlands, Germany, Ireland, France, Austria, Japan, Brazil, and more. So that just goes to show you where this event's going around the world. Absolutely fantastic. Our next competitor, speaking of going around the world, is Stuart Easton. As I said earlier on, his dad Murray is in the audience, and Stuart's a proud Kiwi. His march is Alan Dodd's Farewell to Scotland, the Suspay Cat Lodge, and the real Alec Cameron Champion Piper. That's Alec Cameron Champion Piper. The Cat Lodge is a Donald MacLeod tune, and Alec Cameron Champion Piper was composed by G.S. McLennan. If I've got time, I'll maybe give you a wee story about G.S., but we're trying to keep things going on, but I've got a good wee story about G.S. Alan Dodd's Farewell to Scotland has become quite a popular march in the past 2 or 3 years, and when you hear Stuart play it, you'll understand why. It's one of the more musical marches. I thought he emigrated to New Zealand, but actually Murray was telling me last night he was from New Zealand, came over to Scotland and won the marches, Murray, in 1958. I think that was the same year as Lewis Turrell won the gold medal, and he was a great friend of Jimmy McGregor Sr. So there's a bit of background about who Alan Dodds was and his farewell to Scotland. Do you think your pals will still be up having a party down in Palmy North? And hope so. Please welcome Stuart Easton. So that's us halfway through. You can work out the maths yourself. It's looking at maybe 6:15, 6:30, if we're on schedule. Just please remember that when we do finish the March of Spain reel, I'll remind you about this again, that we will be going straight into the presentation of the Balvenie Medal. I know who's presenting it. I do not know who's being awarded the Balvenie Medal. I think we've got 4 Balvenie Medal winners in the room. Kate Payton, Annie Grant, Tom Spears and Andrew Wright. If there's anybody else that I've missed, please get the information forward to me, but it's great to see 4 Balvenie Medal winners in the audience. So, who's next for shaving? Yes, who's next for shaving? That comes from Pipe Major Robert, the late Pipe Major Robert L. Kilgour. That was one of them. He's the Honorary Pipe Major, and you're coming on to play, he would say, who's next for shaving? It's the good doctor, Peter McAllister. Peter is here with his wife, Bridget, and I thought his pipes were really good this morning. He's on a nail set of drones, if you're interested, and he's playing an air fire chanter. He's going to play for you today the Night Sweet Cayley, Donald MacLeod tune, which is actually composed for a march competition, and it came third, nevertheless, but it's an excellent march. Arniston Castle and the real Caberfay. It's quite interesting. You'll see Caberfay, march, jig, hornpipe and whatever, so this is actually a good test where Peter's got to play it twice. Are you ready, Peter? In you come. Please welcome Peter McAllister. thought that was a rather neat and unusual way to go about the tuning of the instrument. It made quite a pleasant change from the norm, so I enjoyed that a lot, Peter. Well done. Just a word from the stewards. Please remember that the recording or use of mobile phones is not permitted. So obviously a couple of people may be taking pictures. No harm done, but please be aware that you're not really supposed to do any recording or taking pictures. Who have we got coming on now? Yes, I quite like the title, The Boy from Benderloch. Angus, former winners march to Spain Reel 3 times, the hornpipe in Inverness, hornpipe say 10 times. Angus is going to play for us the march, Craig and Darragh, the Donald MacLeod, Suspay, Susan MacLeod, and the real captain, Lachlan McPhail of Tyree. Please welcome Angus McCall. Thank you, Angus. Right, the next player is Finlay Johnston. Finlay's tunes today are Mrs. John McCall, The Eiley Ball, and The Rejected Suitor. Mrs. John McCall was posed by the great John McCall, probably one of the most famous composers of marches and general light music. He was a piper to the MacDonald of Donach and was really able to devote his life to piping. And John McCall won the Pipe Prize at Inverness in 1883, so that'll date it for you. Here's Finlay coming. Finlay is a time-served mechanical engineer, but currently works as a piping instructor at the National Piping Centre, and he's accompanied here today by his partner Iona. Please welcome Finlay Johnston. Great stuff, Finlay. Our penultimate competitor is Bruce Gandy. Bruce is going to play the March Hugh Kennedy, which is composed by Peter MacLeod, the Suspay Caledonian Society of London, and the Donald MacLeod reel John Garraway. Over the years, Bruce has been a prolific composer, and he's in the process, if he's not almost all the way through it, of currently recording all the tunes he's composed, and you can find them on brucegandymusic.com. Bruce is in demand all over the world for workshops, masterclasses, and judging, and he has been at the top of his game for many years. He's actually a professional piper in the true sense of the word. He teaches pupils at his home in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and he's got a large stable of students, but he also teaches via Skype. Is Alex here? Yeah, I think I'm correct in saying that both Bruce and Alex have been playing their own design of chanter for about 2 years now, with the help of McCallum. They've produced their own chanter, so hopefully he's on his way. We're on schedule, Bruce. Don't let me down. You know, he's going to keep us waiting. What's wrong with it? What's happening? While Bruce is coming, I just like, there's been a few people in touch. I got a nice message from young Lachie Dick, who's a doctor in Edinburgh. I got a message. Alex, is he coming? Hurry him up. We've got a Kaylee to go to. Anyway, so Lachie Dick, who's a doctor in Edinburgh, it was a very sad text he sent this morning. He says, enjoy yourself at the Glenfiddich Championship, he says, and think about me while I'm working night shift. So yes, indeed, Lachie, we are thinking about you. Margaret Burgess is watching the live stream. Margaret, take a big Glenfiddich hug. And welcome to the Eagle Piper Society and the Scots Guards Association Club, who have come up by bus. Old Gandy is here. Please welcome Bruce Gandy. Great stuff, Bruce. Our last player in the Mars of Spain Rio section is Roddy McLeod, MBE. He's going to play for us Arthur Bignold of Lochrosk, Larry Mackenzie of Gairloch, and Thompson's Dirk. I must say that Arthur Bignold of Lochrosk, that's composed by John McCall, over the years has always brought a smile to my face, and that was caused when I was a young man competing in Inverness. We were listening to the former winners, and in these days the tunes were written on a flip chart, and I can't remember the lady's name, but she wrote Arthur Bignose of Lochrosk. And that was, what, about 35 years ago. And every time I hear the tune, it's childish, I know, I just giggle. So I don't even know if Arthur had a big nose, but he had, anyway. So I was mentioning Roddy's pedigree earlier on, and he's actually quite got an interesting pipe band history. Roddy's played with the Red Hackle, for those of you who remember the Red Hackle, British Caledonian Airways, and of course he was a long-time pipe major of the Scottish Power Pipe Band. He took them over in 1995 and led them to 45 Grade 1 championships. Roddy's got his own business, Roddy McLeod Peabrook, and he's playing his own chanter, the RGM pipe chanter. Must find out what the J stands for. Please welcome our final competitor of the evening, Roddy McLeod. Thank you very much, Roddy. That's it. Before I thank the judges, I would just like to thank you, the audience. I mean, I'm astonished. This hall is generally quite full, but today I think it's just been capacity. And you're absolutely immaculate and showing the competitors the utmost respect. So from me to you, you've made my job today a lot easier, so thank you very much. I may not get a chance later on to thank Liz Maxwell and Helena. Liz herself is the power behind this event, and without Liz, it just wouldn't happen. I must thank her very much for inviting me. So to Liz Maxwell, thank you very much. And I'm going to get rid of the Marchers Bay and Real bench. Before I do so, I would like you to thank, from left to right, Bob Worrell, Murray Henderson, Stuart Salmon. Thank you very much, guys. As soon as the boys have gone to the bar, gone to... Okay, well, you know. It's just as well nobody played the Grey Bob today. I had it all lined up for you. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. So it's that time of the evening where we present the Balvenie Medal. I genuinely have no idea. I think there's about 3 people may know, but it's been kept top secret. So, to present this year's medal, please welcome the captain, Ken Ayler.
Thank you very much, Ewan. I certainly appreciate the introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, that's an exciting moment for us here every year at the Glenfiddich, and it's my pleasure this evening to present the Balvenie Medal. As we all know, the Balvenie Medal has been presented annually since 1985 to a person who has contributed in a positive way over a lifetime of piping. The award knows no boundaries and is non-competitive. Worthy nominees are carefully researched by the committee. The award does not specify political, social, or economic backgrounds. Neither is it dependent upon nationality or years of service. And each recipient has been an example in professionalism, in service to pipers of their generation. This year's nominee is no different. His name will be immortalized in a long list of worthy contributors to our piping traditions, and you'll see those worthy recipients in the back of your program today, many of them since 1985. While the majority of recipients have hailed from Scotland, others have come from such places as Brittany, Australia, and the USA. It cannot be denied that wherever Scots have traveled, they have left their mark on the piping world. Such is the case of this year's nominee. He is not a native Scot. His mother tongue is neither English nor Gaelic. He doesn't reside in the UK, EU, or any of the far-reaching lands settled by Scots immigration. He hails from non-piping roots, a Portuguese-speaking country with its own distinctly South American culture. Far from the traditional home of piping, a country where the bagpipe existed in an untutored form, the music perhaps more indigenous than traditional. without proper technique or sound. A country with a mix of poverty and wealth. His story commenced at the age of 14 with the discovery of a Donald Shaw Ramsay recording and the subsequent visit to Sao Paulo of the famed British Caledonian Airways pipe band, and this year was 1982. He became a piping pioneer, a missionary of sorts. He was the first Brazilian to study piping in Scotland at the College of Piping, where he had lessons from Belvenny medalists Seamus McNeill and Thomas Pearson, as well as his mentor, Eddie McClellan. He started the Scottish Link Pipe Band, the first South American band to attend the World's Pipe Band Championships. At his own expense, he organized formal lessons for Brazilian groups in Petrópolis and Sao Paulo, introducing proper instruction to otherwise unstructured learning by ear. He has personally subsidized donations to aid school groups in Petrópolis, the Marine Band in Rio de Janeiro, and the Presidential Guard Band in Brasilia, while also assisting with their instruction. He formed the current Brazil Caledonia Pipe Band, winning the 2013 South American Pipe Band Championships, and at his own expense, he's invited several international instructors to Brazil for instruction. He's created musical events tailored to specific needs and the profiles of the average Brazilian pipe band musician, much like parades that brought countrywide pipers together. Probably the most important thing that our nominee has accomplished in his 35-plus years has been his charitable work in the favelas of São Gonçalo, near Rio de Janeiro. He has aided many young people who would otherwise fall victims of crime and drugs on the street. Two groups under the daily guidance of J. Paulo Filho and Johnny Mesquita now exist with their own building and practice facilities. Our recipient has funded many of their supplies through his own resources and charitable donations while always offering his instructional services. He continues today as the primary resource for promising Brazilian solo pipers. You know, for some, he could be considered Brazil's piping saint with his philanthropic aid efforts. In other ways, he has been a beacon for promoting the Highland bagpipe in a nation better known for its samba and festival season. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree his contribution to piping has been in the best traditions of the Belvenny medal. And on behalf of the William Grant Foundation and Belvenny Whiskey, I am delighted to present to you a worthy recipient and a good friend from Sao Paulo, Brazil, Cristiano Bacudo.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know what to say. He said it all. So it's such a great honor for me, and I think more than ever, you need to see this work that's being conducted in Rio by J. Paulo. Really fantastic work. I think it will, at least, at the very least, bring everybody to tears because it's a beautiful work that is being doing. I hope you will be hearing more about Brazil and piping in the near future. Thank you very much. Great honor to be here, and thank you for the fantastic performances. Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, just bear with us. We obviously are still waiting for the March to Spain and Rio result. Then we have to combine that with the Pembroke. So give us 10 minutes or so and we'll come back to you as soon as possible with the result. Just before you run away, I've got one housekeeping issue. I've got a purse that's been found, handed in. Don't know if anybody's lost a purse. The name on the inside of the card says Tina Anderson. So if Tina Anderson is in the hall and wants to recover her purse, please see me. Thank you very much.
Delighted to be joined now by the winner of the Glenfiddich Championship last year, Jack Lee, all the way from Canada.
Pleasure to be here,
Jack. And one of your fellow countrymen is playing in the background as we speak.
Bruce
A big
Danby, yeah.
big presence from Canada this year.
Yeah, tremendous. We're extremely happy that the two Gandys are here, Bruce and Alex. Alex started off this morning with a very strong tune, and Bruce is first after lunch, so I'm definitely pulling for both of them and for everybody.
Canadian music piping market in a good place just now?
I think it's in quite a good place. I mean, there's fairly strong piping coast to coast in Canada, really, in Vancouver and Prairie provinces. Definitely Toronto, and in the Maritime provinces, led largely by the Gandy family, but there's quite strong piping coast to coast, really.
And how were you this morning? Were you happy with your
I was fairly,
performance?
that's a dangerous question to answer. I was quite happy with it, but you learn to expect the unexpected over here.
Is it difficult to come back and defend the championship you won last year? Does it put more pressure on you?
You're the first person that's asked me that. In fact, it puts much less pressure on
Really?
me, honestly. Yeah, I think going into last year, there were still a couple of things on my bucket list for last year, really. And that one was a Silver Star at Oban, and the other was another Glenfiddich, and they both fell my way last year. So I kind of feel now that my career is complete. I'm really happy with it. And if it was to end tomorrow, I'd be very satisfied and pleased with it all. So I don't feel the same pressure that I did last year.
But it's not going to end tomorrow.
It's not. I hope not. I'm still good for a little longer, I think.
And are you over here for a while this year?
No, just for Glenfiddich. I decided not to stay on for London.
Right.
I was heading home, and
because you normally stay over and see some friends.
I do. Yeah, I do. But I just had a lot of trips before the Glenfiddich and after coming up, so I kind of felt this was the year to go home.
So this is the end of the season now. Do you get a chance to put the pipes down for a while now?
I've got 2 recitals coming up in the next month.
Right.
In North America, and one in Las Vegas and one in Edmonton. So they won't be away too far. Then I've got a recital in New Zealand in January. So I'll be, keeping the pipes going.
But you're involved with pipes for a living anyway. I mean, do you ever actually get a break, or do you ever feel that you need to have a break from it all?
I don't get a break, and I don't really want to break. I'm very happy with what I'm doing. We're making pipes, making a lot of pipe bags, and I'm doing a lot of teaching with students around the world on Skype, and I just enjoy doing it a lot. So no break needed so far.
And is this still one of the favourite weekends of the year?
It is the favourite weekend of the piping year. Oh, definitely. This on the solo side is beyond everything, and on the pipe band side is the World Pipe Band Championships, in which I've had the pleasure to come to many times with SFU, still coming back with them. So it's just an absolute honour and a privilege to be here at the Glenfiddich.
And you're looking forward to the Ceilidh this evening?
I am.
But before that, you've got a little matter of a March to Spain Reel.
I'll try to play a good March to Spain Reel.
Where do you fit into
I'm
the
second
rota?
on. I'm second on, so relatively quickly here now. They're all tunes I enjoy playing and everything, so I'll just try to play them well.
And what will you do between being on second and the results being announced? Will you sit and listen to the rest?
Definitely, yeah. It's an opportunity for me to hear these great pipers, which I don't usually get, so definitely like to do that.
Right, great. Jack, thanks very much for taking
my
the time
pleasure.
to talk
Thank
to
you
us.
very much.
Have a good afternoon.
Fergus.
Cheers. And we're now joined by one of the guys who's got the hardest jobs at the Glenfiddich Championship, the stewards. Logan, you run off your feet all day.
It's a pretty busy day, yep. Starts about 8:30 in the morning, getting ready for the draw. And then once we've done the draw, obviously making sure we know where the competitors are and trying to keep them brief so that we keep it running as smoothly as we possibly can.
Take me back a bit, how does somebody get involved and become a steward at the Glenfiddich Championship?
Stewards tend to be Atholl Highlanders, so you're a member of the Atholl Highlanders pipe band. That's an invitational pipe band usually. We come along to that, and because obviously in my background it's been a solo background, I know most of the guys that are here today, so I've been asked to come along because I can relate to them. I know what like it is to compete, and I'm just used to doing it, so I know how they feel as well, the pressures that are there.
And what makes them, you know, obviously you've got a hard time making sure that all these guys turn up at the right place at the right time. What can you do if they don't?
There's not a lot. If they decide they're not coming, there's not an awful lot we can do. We can sort of stand there and look menacing, but you know, it's kind of hard to look menacing to them because we've known us so long. But no, to be fair, most of them are pretty good. If they don't come up, there's a reason for it. They've got a problem and they're trying to resolve the problem. And we saw an instance of that today in the actual hall with Stuart, I believe, where he had a bit of an issue but managed to resolve it.
Right.
And you know, these things can happen anytime. We all know that as pipers.
Tell us some of the kind of backstage secrets of the things they've got up to over the years, some of the players.
To be honest,
without naming names.
To be honest, they are pretty good. You have the odd one or two that will turn their back on you when you walk into the room. Just as the door opens, they turn the back. I'm sure they know who they are and they know that they do it. And let's be honest, we've all done it at some stage in our career. But no, to be fair, when they get up here, they all want to get on that stage and they want to perform for the people that are out in front of them because that's what they're here for.
Why do you enjoy this event so much?
I think it's the level of playing. It's maybe a little bit different for us. As somebody said earlier on, they were talking about, I was speaking to Roddy McLeod and that, and we were talking about the live stream, how busy it is, and you know, it just shows that the live stream does not detract from people actually wanting to come on the floor. And he was saying, you know, there's some people who've said that, well, they've seen the live stream and they've said, we're going to come to Blair. So they come up and I went, well, they're lucky they've actually seen Blair, because we see a door and we get to listen from the outside the door, which is a good place to listen. You know, don't get me wrong, you get to hear almost all the performances, but it's probably not the same as being inside the hall, and that's the real place where the action happens.
But presumably you're also in a position where you're running about looking for other players, so I mean, do you ever find yourself comfortable enough to say at the end of the day that was the right decision, or I think so and so should have won because they were playing better? Or
it's very difficult because, as you say, you're up and down the corridor, you can make a judgment on what you've heard, but at the end of the day, the time you're down the corridor might be a time that something happens that you don't actually hear. So you can have an idea where you think the prize list should be, but there are always times when there's a surprise thrown in and it's because you've missed something as you've been at the other end of the corridor.
Have you got your favourites from over the years?
Oh, I think so, yeah. If we're talking about favourite players, I suppose Jack, because Jack and I go back a long way. We go back to the 80s. We both went to the same tutor in the 80s, and we sort of came up through the competing side together. But yeah, it's nice to see that, you know, Jack's still in there and he's still mixing it with the young guns coming through.
Big Canadian presence this year?
There is indeed, yeah. And, you know, for the first time ever, father and son playing together. That's a pretty cool thing, I would say, for a father and son to play together.
You'll probably see more than most because of your position, because of where you are in the hall. That there's a great dynamic between the kind of old guns and the young guns, and the young players that come up. You know, this year the kind of, you know, the Finlay Johnsons and the Callum Bowmans and the Stewarts over for the first time, and Alex. They just kind of suck everything in from the more established competitors, don't they?
I think the older players give a calmness to it. You know, we'll say the established players, they give a calmness.
I'll stick with older, that's fine.
It gives a calmness to the younger guys coming in because there's less chance of being flustered. But let's be honest, if they make it to this level, they're used to playing and they're used to not being flustered. So, you know, there's a bit of their own calmness involved in there as well. But yeah, certainly the older guys just bring that little bit of stateliness to it, shall we say.
And are you guys, do you manage to keep a stately calm, or do you get a wee bit flustered from time to time as well?
There's a few times in the background when you're trying to get things done and something goes wrong. Yeah, it can be a little bit towards the end of the day especially it gets a little bit stressful.
Is that why the presence of that Balvenie bar quite next to your stewarding station is quite appropriate?
I'm sure that has nothing at all to do with it. That's just a room that was happily available. So yeah.
Good. Listen, I know you've got a busy afternoon, so thanks for taking the time to talk
Thank you
to us,
very
Logan.
much,
Have a good
Fergus.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers.
A result, ladies and gentlemen, at last. So we'll present the prizes, and please welcome Bill Gordon, who's going to do the honours. If he's... Bill, in you come. Okay, we're going to do the March of Spain reel first, and in reverse order. In 5th place, Stuart Liddell.
Well, Stuart, absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
In 4th place, Angus McCall. There he is. There he is.
The long walk. I'd like your style, Angus. So thank you very much. That was absolutely fantastic. Well done.
In 3rd place, Finlay Johnston.
Well done, Finlay. Absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
In 2nd place, Alex Gandy.
First time here. Absolutely amazing. Well done.
And the winner of the March of Spain reel, Callum Bowman.
Wow, look at that. Absolutely superb. A worthy winner.
The Peepers result. In 5th place, Stuart Easton. In 4th place, Callum Bowman. In 3rd place, Angus McCall.
Well done, Angus.
In 2nd place, Stuart Liddell. And in 1st place, and the winner of the Peebrich, Finlay Johnston. Have you all done the maths? Overall, in 3rd place, Stuart Liddell. In second place, Callum Beaumont. And this year's Glenfiddich champion, Finlay Johnston. Just going to hand you over to Bill Gordon, who's going to say a few words.
Listen, what can you say? Absolutely, what a wonderful day. I don't know about you, but I kind of thought the competition this year has been better than ever. And it really is, without sounding replaying an old cliche, it's like a decent whiskey. Dare I say, a good bottle of Glenfiddich. No, seriously, when you look at all the ingredients, from the pipers, their generosity of spirit, their technical expertise, their ability to turn some incredibly challenging music into genuine music with real emotion and pathos. The setting, you couldn't ask for any better setting. And the organisers, and I'm looking around, you got, apart from Liz, you got the people at Blair Castle, all the behind-the-scenes people that really make this run absolutely seamlessly. That's absolutely stunning. And I have to say, too, that Fergus and the BBC just a wonderful job of, again, just raising the level, raising the bar, and really creating a competition that has gone, over the last 25 years from fairly meager starts into probably one of the best competitions in the world that is regarded as being one of the ones that these pipers should aspire to. And most importantly, really encouraging. I'm looking around, and I was sat at the back there, the number of youngsters coming here, the number of youngsters that really are beginning to aspire to stand on this stage one day along with their peers. It all really combines into something that's very, very special. And from my point of view, it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege here. And the other person I would like to thank hugely, I don't know where he is Nick Addington in here. Nick, are you in here? Nick Addington's the CEO of our foundation, who has really helped us raise our game in terms of just managing a charitable giving. And when we do support something like this, we do it properly, professionally, with polish and with commitment. So, all in all, I have to say, it's an absolute joy. It's a real pleasure for me to be here representing my father, Sandy, who at the age of 87, I asked him last week, what would you like me to say? He just said, give them my best. Well, you all gave us our best. And finally, the most important ingredient is you. Thank you so much for coming along, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from me, but Fergus Muirhead is going to take the mic over and have a few words with Finlay. So just bear with us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And before we speak to Finlay, can I ask you just all to put your hands together? A big round of applause for the work that Ewan Anderson has done here today. He's done a fantastic job. And it's worth saying he's done a fantastic job, and not only has he done a great job, but he's also had the opportunity to look for the first time in 32 years into his wife's purse. There you go. Well done, Ewan. Great day. Finlay, sorry to make you stand a bit here. For all the people who have been watching the live stream online from all over the world today, and for everyone still in the hall, tell me how it feels to be the Glenfiddich champion 2018.
I've no words. I can't believe it. It's a dream come true.
So you're going to be enjoying yourself tonight, are you?
Yeah, absolutely. A massive thank you to Ronnie McShannon, my tutor. He's been my teacher for 24, 25 years now, and this wouldn't have happened without him. I'm a wee bit overwhelmed, actually, so yeah, just thank you to Ronnie for everything.
You've done very well for a man that said you had no words. What people don't know is that Finlay and I had a conversation earlier on this afternoon when we were in the bar having a cup of tea, and he said that he wasn't going to drink much tonight. He was going to just stay calm and enjoy himself. That was before he knew the result. So once again, please, a huge round of applause for the 2018 Glenfiddich champion, Finlay Johnson. That's it for the live stream today. Thanks very much to everyone who's been watching the event. I hope you've really enjoyed what you've seen, wherever in the world you are. We'll be back again in 2019. For today, that's it, folks. Safe home if you're in the hall, and I hope you enjoyed yourself if you're watching online. Cheers.